thing now. You got to show up in these outlandish outfits.
Like ridiculously outlandish.
Insane. Jared Leto showed up as a cat.
Like a
was
studio
meowing.
quality live cat suit. It's the weirdest thing. And then I think it was Lil Nas X who was all silver.
Yeah.
And they said it took 9 hours to put his costume together.
It was crazy.
9 hours.
9 hours.
9.
9 times.
Did you see
9 times?
9 times.
Does this not remind you of what we saw in Hunger Games?
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Very similar.
Yeah, Pan Am, District 1. That's exactly it. It's the snootiest of the snooty, looking ridiculous, as ridiculous as they can. Yeah.
Did you see the cockroach that ran up the stairs?
I did, yes. There was on the white, and the carpet was pristinely white.
Yes, I love it.
And all of a sudden you see this roach boogieing around, and
take care of that.
It was real easy to pick out. But
Because now they do the white carpet instead of the red carpet.
Right.
Did you see the heel? So listen, I hate to be bringing all this stuff up, but Kendall Jenner had the most these heels on her boots. She was like Fred Gwynn tall.
Oh, really?
Herman Munster tall.
Wow. So they'll do the breakdown of everybody's outfits and which ones were the most ridiculous. And then other people do try to dress, just nice.
I noticed that I dress as slovenly as I can the day after the Met Gala.
Do you?
And I'm doing that today.
So according to today, Blake Lively, who has co-hosted the Met Gala in the past, took to her Instagram stories to share what she was doing instead of attending this year's event. The Gossip Girl actress gave birth to her fourth child in February and insinuated that she was busy pumping breast milk.
Yeah.
So that's what Blake did last night instead of going to the Met Gala. But you can easily do a search and get all the crazy photos of people in their outfits.
Does the money benefit the Metropolitan Opera?
I don't know. I don't really know.
I can't, not the team. Yeah.
On Monday, Sophie Turner shared a note to her Instagram stories informing fans that she accidentally uploaded a video of her oldest child, Willa, to Instagram. Turner and her husband, Joe Jonas, have 2 daughters together. The pair welcomed the first to the world in 2020, their second in 2022. And she wrote, earlier today, I made an honest mistake accidentally posting a video of our daughter on Instagram stories. We've always advocated for our kids' rights to privacy, so sharing this publicly is against anything I stand for. Our children deserve the right to grow out of the public eye, to learn and grow in private. And she said, if I ever were to post anything of our kids, know that it is unquestionably a mistake. I would greatly appreciate if anyone who has reposted on any other platform, please delete the video.
It's actually pretty easy to accidentally click it and post it.
Yep. So she's asking if you happen to have that or have reposted it to please.
If it's on your phone, mail your phone to her.
Get rid of it. Please send your phone in now to her. Justin Theroux takes precautionary measures to avoid any unnecessary drama in his personal life. In an interview with Esquire, which was published on Monday, the White House Plumbers actor explained that you won't catch him talking to the press about his ex-wife, Jennifer Aniston.
That's right. He doesn't do that.
Yep. And he said, I like how he phrased this. He said, I want all my relationships to exist within the 4 walls of whatever room we're in. And I'm not trying to be evasive, but I talk to Jen. I don't talk about Jen, he told the outlet.
There you go.
He and the Friends star began dating in 2011. They were married from 2015 to 2018, and they have remained friends since going their separate ways. He said, people will always want to gossip and say things, but you have to find the balance. And having been in a public relationship, it's much more fun not being in a public relationship. Me saying anything, even if it was something loving, it would just turn into a thing.
Hasn't that ship sailed now on their relationship? Hasn't been enough time passed since they broke up, right?
Yeah.
But people still keep, I guess, asking about it.
Yeah, you're talking about 2 really good-looking people. And,
we get that all the time.
I know. These comments come shortly after Theroux and Aniston were seen having dinner together with Jason Bateman and his wife, Amanda Anka, in New York City. Cher, haven't talked about her in a while, called off her wedding plans with producer Alexander A.E. Edwards.
No!
After loved ones warned that the boy toy was a threat to her $380 million fortune.
Oh, she wasn't going to do a prenup?
And maybe using her to advance his own career. An insider said, for a while, Cher followed this guy around like a lovesick puppy, but the blinders seem to be coming off.
I love you.
Cher is starting to see Alexander in a different light. So we're told that the two are still together, but Cher has pumped the brakes a bit. Legendary entertainer who turned 77 on the 20th.
And what is he, 38, 40?
37, was recently caught on camera in Los Angeles with no sign of the massive diamond ring given to her by Edwards. Cher first flaunted it in December, but some speculated she paid for the rock with her own cash. Since the Oscar winner hooked up with the Oakland native after meeting him last fall in Paris, sources said she's been spoiling her sweetie rotten.
Yes.
Sparking concern among her inner circle.
Don't marry him. Just keep him as your side action.
A source said that Cher has always been so careful about her money, but she was throwing it at this guy and funding his over-the-top lifestyle.
What's it? Who was it? Corey Gamble and Kris Jenner?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So they're not going to get married. Right? They just have fun. She's been married enough.
Yeah.
You know, why at this point? I mean, listen, I'm a fan of marriage. I'm in a happy marriage. But at this point, you don't know what these people are after.
Sources say that Cher is finally getting the message from her worried pals and concerned kids, Chaz Bono, who is 54, and Elijah Blue Allman, who is 46, who feared the flashy music man had his eyes on their inheritance.
Yes.
Sources said,
I'd be pissed.
Edwards had a strong influence over Cher, who'd revealed her intention to record 2 albums under his direction. But apparently, sources said that all the time that the couple spent together has caused Cher to realize their different interests, and the 40-year age gap made a lasting marriage impossible.
She was tired of dropping him off at school. I'll tell you this, though. The thing that always happens, and you'll see it, there'll be somebody has a couple of kids that are adults, and then they'll get into a relationship, marry someone else, and then have another kid.
Yeah.
And they're watching their inheritance get diced up.
Splintered.
Yes.
Yep. On a recent episode of Happy Sad Confused podcast, Bill Hader shared why he no longer signs merchandise for fans. The Bay Area actor said that he drew a line in the sand after a Star Wars fan kept his child up to 3 a.m. to get an autograph. Hader said, autograph people don't like me. I won't sign things. And he said, you know what it was? I used to sign stuff. And then one time I saw somebody and they had their kid come up to me to sign a BB-8 thing. And it was 3 a.m. And he said, I was leaving the Inside Out premiere. And then we went to an after party thing and it was super late. And this guy kept his kid up all night. And he was like, go over there so he'll sign it so that I can sell it online. And he said, that's effed up. So now I just kind of blanket. I'm not signing any of this stuff.
Good for him.
So that burned him.
Yeah,
and he's like, yeah.
Yeah, after what we witnessed at the Camp Out for Hunger, where one of our interns was assaulted because one of these guys needed to get something signed by one of our on-air guests.
Yeah.
I hate that stuff.
I agree. I agree. The people that are going after it for that reason, to sell it and trying to make a business out of it, come on, man.
You don't need that.
You don't need that. All right, so this was sad news to see this morning. Singer-songwriter Gordon Lightfoot passed away yesterday. He was 84 years old.
Gordon Lightfoot's one of my favorites.
No cause of death was announced, but Lightfoot had been in poor health in recent years after suffering an abdominal aneurysm. Best known for writing songs as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
I'm giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent. I object! There's no way that's legal!
It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I gotta go to sleep now.
That would be... That would be brilliant.
I would attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri.
He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
with his law career.
Law school.
With this, yeah.
Passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam
This
People.
bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God.
I suggest you return the TV.
Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she starred in The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
the scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
knew
of there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after
Right.
7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're. 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days. So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
coming up soon. Let's go with that. We go from Gordon Lightfoot to Honey Boo Boo.
Yes.
How about that?
Staggering talents in their own right.
She's getting her ready for her new chapter in life, and the reality star, whose real name is Alana Thompson, shared a carousel of photos to Instagram marking her senior year of high school.
And she's opened her first cockfighting ring.
She captioned the post saying, "I have less than 30 days until I graduate. I'm so proud of myself and how far I've become, and how far I have become. There
To
were
known as.
points that I didn't even think I would make it this far, but I made it."
Honestly, she might be doing the best of the whole family, which is not saying a lot. but-
Maybe. She said, didn't she get in some legal trouble not too long ago? Or her boyfriend?
her mom, and they were in a ton of trouble as far as
No.
drugs.
I mean her boyfriend.
Oh, yeah.
Not that long ago, I thought.
Possibly.
There was something, but I wish her the best. 'Cause
Yeah.
she was brought up in an interesting environment. Tron Austin, the son of Rosanda Chili Thomas and Dallas Austin, shared his thoughts on his mom dating Matthew Lawrence.
His first name is Tron?
His name is Tron.
Wow.
I like that. He said,
His sister's one crazy summer.
He said, "Oh man, I just like seeing her happy." He told the outlet that he added, he said, "I love seeing humans connect and witnessing that genuineness." Sorry,
Matthew Lawrence,
Geniusness.
you know he's a genius. He's an Orson Welles level genius, Matthew Lawrence.
he said, "I feel that from him." So that's nice that he approves and he's happy for his mom in this relationship. According to BuzzFeed, a disguise that Millie Bobby Brown wore while she was in Italy has gone viral. The Stranger Things star was photographed alongside her fiancé, Jake Bon Jovi, who is John Bon Jovi's son, wearing a purple sweatsuit and a purple box on her head.
What?
The box had eye holes cut out and there was a face drawn on it. So
is that her way of remaining anonymous?
I guess so.
Or for a costume party?
So you wouldn't see who she was, I think, is how that worked out. So I don't know. To each their own. Let's see, a couple other things. I have some casting news and more. While the second season of HBO's The Last of Us is in the works, Pedro Pascal looks to have found the project that he'll shoot during the hiatus, and it's a biggie. Pascal is in final negotiations to join the Untitled Gladiator sequel for Paramount.
So do we know if he's going to be the Gladiator?
No, his role is unknown. No, the Gladiator is going to be Paul Mescal. He stars as Lucius, I believe, as well as Barry Keoghan, Joseph Quinn, Connie Nielsen, and Denzel Washington. Ridley Scott is returning to direct. Pascal has been a major player following his scene-stealing role in his one season on Game of Thrones, but his star has blasted off following The Last of Us, which has become one of the most popular shows in HBO history. I think I'm going to go back and watch that again soon. While HBO is looking to get the show up and going next year, Pascal had been weighing a number of options to shoot before jumping back into that, and the opportunity on this film was too hard to pass up.
So he's going to shoot.
Yes, he will shoot. Besides The Last of Us, which will currently have him in award season chatter this Emmy season, he also reprised his role on the Disney Plus series The Mandalorian, which just had its season 3 finale last week. He can be seen starring alongside Ethan Hawke in Pedro Almodovar's short film Strange Way of Life, which will premiere at Cannes Film Festival and will be distributed by Sony Pictures Classic this fall. Additionally, Pascal is in Ethan Cohen's film Drive Away Dolls and also stars in Anna Boden's Freaky Tales, which is likely to come out later this year.
So he's definitely an it guy now.
Oh, yeah.
And he was at the Met Gala last night. Did you see it?
Was he really? No.
He wore a decidedly unique outfit.
What did he wear?
So he had like a red, I guess like a pea coat on, I guess you'd call it.
Okay.
Shorts underneath, black socks like pulled up to the knees.
Nice.
And black dress shoe. There you go.
You know, it'd be annoying if it were anyone else.
Yeah.
But with him, it's cool.
It's also at the Met Gala, so it's supposed to be a little absurd.
Yeah, there's just something about him that just exudes cool.
I agree.
Well, one of the coolest things is apparently the fact that he is the nicest friggin' guy.
Yeah.
Like everyone who works with him
Well, and I told you guys
says
about
he's just a prince.
he did that thing for Make-A-Wish Philadelphia a few weeks ago, and you know, people don't have to do that, and he does it.
Variety reports that the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has issued a most significant overhaul of its rules when it comes to campaigning for the Academy Awards. The new rules address issues around social media, private events, and contacting Academy members. And this comes following the controversial nomination of Andrea Riseborough for Best Actress in 2023. Now, I don't know what the details of the rules are as of
They
yet.
say you can still ply the judges with cocaine and hookers.
Okay.
So that's intact.
So this comes after there was a big social media campaign for her to be nominated, right?
She did nothing different
Yeah.
than the only difference is she did it on a grassroots level.
And she didn't spend a whole ton
She
of
didn't
money.
spend a whole ton of money.
Yeah.
So she asked her friends to sort of help her out. But that's what the movie companies do all the time. They will wine and dine, and they'll buy these ads, and that's what they do. So it was kind of hypocritical to jump all over her for it.
Yep. Two other quick things. Variety reports that the new Netflix series, The Diplomat, starring Kerry Russell,
Felicity.
was renewed for a
Wait a second. I don't use Felicity.
for a second season on Monday.
Monday.
This comes less than 2 weeks after the first season premiered on the streaming platform.
You know, she was also in Cocaine Bear.
I did not know that. And after the political drama took the top spot on Netflix's weekly global top 10 TV English list.
There's too much TV to watch.
Yeah.
There's categorically too much television to watch.
One last thing, and I saved the best for last.
All right, man.
Deadline reports Sylvester Stallone will once again play Ranger Gabe Walker
Yeah!
in the sequel to his 1993 film Cliffhanger.
Wow.
Rennie, masterpiece.
Rick Romanwa is set to direct the pick.
Nothing is over! It's done!
No details.
Why am I wearing my feet in the Alps?
The
Why am I wearing it? It was cold.
cast members have been released at the time. John Lithgow played the bad guy. Didn't he have a really bad accent?
He did, but he was great.
If I
think he had
remember,
like
it's
a,
been
like a,
so long since
was
I've
it one of
seen
the
that.
eyes effed up too or something like that? Or was it Ricochet?
I don't remember.
Anyway, he was a really good villain. The movie itself is not bad, but it's just there are parts of it that are categorically absurd.
Really?
Yeah.
I loved it.
Did you?
I absolutely love that movie.
Oh man,
Yeah.
And he had a string of those because there was that one where he's hanging on a wire and
Yeah.
and then there was one where remember
Michael
when
Rooker?
remember when he was trapped in the subway that got
Daylight.
flooded? Was it
We're in a
Daylight?
tunnel! Now we're in a mountain!
That's right, it stinks.
How did I get? I'm in a tunnel!
You were just on a
Now I'm on a mountain! See? Same effect.
yeah. You can,
Tunnel, mountain. You can't tell! Those are high concept. So this was a little bit after Cobra and stuff like that.
Yes.
And he was doing some good, because this was a big budget action movie.
yeah,
And the girl from Northern Exposure.
yeah. Janine Turner. Boy,
Yeah.
did I have a crush on her.
Okay, so we're looking at Lithgow. Lithgow did not have anything wrong with his eyes, but he was a very good villain. And Michael Rooker was a good guy in this as well.
Yes.
He was
Yeah,
playing Yondu.
He died early in that.
Yes, he did.
Movie. If I
Sorry to give it away.
Yeah. Well, it's early in the
If
movie.
you haven't seen it now, too, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, he's going to be returning to that. So,
On a mountain!
cliffhanger in a mountain, daylight
Echo!
in a tunnel, right?
Right, yeah, that's
Oh, like
basically
that.
it.
Yeah.
You know what, though? Sometimes they approach these things. Like, look what they did with Top Gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I think,
They might be able to clean it up.
yeah, why
know.
not?
Make it a little bit more, I don't know,
Profound?
realistic, viable, whatever you want to call it.
Maybe
I
you can
don't
put
know.
on a jacket.
Instead of a wife beater in the Rockies, wherever they were.
I'm so cold.
Yeah.
It's cold up here.
All right, let's do clips. Here we go. Mama June family crisis
Well, we were just talking about Honey Boo Boo.
continues to follow Mama June, Honey Boo Boo, and the gang. And here, Mama June talks about her addiction recovery.
When I went into recovery, I stayed in South Florida for like 2 years. In my addiction, I was selfish, but I'm even more selfish in my recovery because I have to take care of me at the end of the day, and I have to take care of me to be good for anybody else, even myself, just be good for my own self.
Mama June, Family Crisis, returns to TLC Friday at 9 p.m.
I should have Nell as your therapist.
Here's our next clip. Undercover Underage follows Rue Powell as she goes undercover to catch predators online. And in this clip, she talks about her work.
I do video chats, but we use a lot of smoke and mirrors. I mean, I'm very obviously close to 40, and we use wigs and prosthetics and braces and a lot of context of a teenage bedroom, as well as a lot of digital editing to make me believable.
I don't think I want to see it.
Second season of Undercover Underage is available on Discovery Plus. Yes, Roo, R-O-O.
Yeah.
As in like a kangaroo.
There you go.
All right, that is the story that I have for you this morning. In entertainment news, we are less than an hour away from first shot at $1,000 in MMRBQ tickets. Make sure you're with us for MMR's Concert Cash. Our good friend, Big Jay Oakerson, on the program today as well. We'll talk to him around 9 o'clock. And we also have Tattoos Day, your chance to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing on South Street in Philadelphia. Make sure you text the word tattoo to 39333. We're going to come back in a moment. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Philly may be less than
Locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're. 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days. So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, like, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
There's one
it's
kind
the
of
one way out where
I
we
know what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're
but
talking
the
about.
girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
She didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not
Yeah.
scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell, and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days.
Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, is it come and get roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators, Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman, Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in
wasn't
front
it?
of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy,
Indiana.
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand? Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, Kourtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl. And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Kourtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, a travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says @Poosh. Poosh. Yeah, @Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jig Jill.
Splooge. All right, so anyhow.
That's her fight song.
Well, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
To be honest, though, following her on Instagram, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Yeah, never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman. I mean,
oh my
it's
God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the
Kathy,
first time.
oh,
the
the
guy
fists are
punches
flying.
the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's
Not-
security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in
her
this
in the-
guy's
yeah,
face,
yeah,
and then
okay.
he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No,
There's
neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she's
She can walk.
Yeah.
It's a
miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, this is, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God.
There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously this is there. I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother. Like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh, my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just. Some people are just.
93.3 WMMR.
Where's your favorite place to have an orgasm? Anybody got
Right
a
here,
favorite
right,
place?
and right here
now.
at this spot, right next to Kathy, every morning, 3 to 4 times a day.
Right. The reason I bring that up is there was a story that surfaced yesterday. The orchestra was performing Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony in Los Angeles on Friday night when a concert goer supposedly let out a, quote, full body orgasm during the event. The scream is said to have suddenly erupted from the balcony at the Walt Disney Concert Hall, where there was a packed crowd. Audience members then turned to where the noise had come from. And there was a woman sitting next to her partner trying to catch her breath. And in fact, Magnus Fiennes, a British composer, music producer, and brother of actor Ray Fiennes and Joseph Fiennes, witnessed the scream during the LA Philharmonic's performance and wrote about it on Twitter.
So the story is distilled down. Have we been able to ascertain if it was in fact an orgasm?
No. We have not. So he thinks it was an orgasm.
A lot of people there thought it was an orgasm as well.
And so other people are saying probably not. Maybe she's having some kind of a medical issue or something like that.
They can often be confused.
The story that I read, the person has not come forward yet whether or not they were indeed having an orgasm, spontaneous or whatever you may clarify it as.
However, that is possible.
Sure.
To be induced by sound or elation.
Yeah.
I was doing a little research in one of the articles, and so, and it was the Philharmonic, and they practice a lot.
A woman in the audience, this is what Magnus Fiennes had said. He said, a woman in the audience had a loud and full-body orgasm during the second movement, and the band politely carried on. So Molly Grant was startled by the loud noise. She said, I saw the girl after it happened, and I assumed that she had an orgasm because she was heavily breathing.
Yeah.
And her partner was smiling and looking at her like in an effort to not shame her.
We'll talk. Do we have the audio actually of the I think we should, of the Philharmonic.
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. And by the way, it's right at a slight pause in the music. Did we hear it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. One more time.
Play it one more time. Raise the volume.
All right, raise the volume. Here we go. Now, Now I hear it.
You hear it?
Yeah.
Listen carefully.
Yeah. Did you hear that?
Wait. Keep listening. Wow. Sounds like a big woman. But the
I don't buy it.
you don't think it's an orgasm?
No.
You just think it's some sort of medical thing?
I think you can control the volume when you get to that point. If you're a man or a woman, most bodily functions, you can tamp it down a little bit. And she knew where the silence was going to be.
And she wanted
she wanted the attention.
I wonder if they were recording. You never hear that in classical albums. You never hear, woo!
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Brahms.
Hang on, let me hear this. Casey, raise the volume a little bit there, but
I don't know. But
listen, my wife's aunt, and we talked about this last year, was having that spontaneous orgasm syndrome or whatever it's called. And she said it was horrible.
So there was
horrible.
An article I sent over to you with another woman who goes through this. And while we tend to think, wow, you're just in constant elation all the time.
No.
She says it's horrible.
It can be painful,
Yeah.
actually, after a while. And also your genitalia becomes super duper sensitive, like to the touch, meaning, your clothes and stuff like that are actually almost, it supposedly it feels like raw, know?
Do you find that by the 80th or 90th time you start to feel a little weird, like
a little
it hurts?
Yeah. Yeah, like this is not fun anymore.
I have no more time for this.
Well,
yeah. But that's interesting. So what with your relative or Rochelle's relative, how was she able to mitigate it?
She went to the hospital.
She had to go to the hospital.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she went to the doctor to try to find out what was going on, and it just, it went away eventually.
They weren't, was it more like, they weren't full-throated screaming orgasms?
I don't
right?
know. I didn't ask about that particular thing.
Ask next time at Thanksgiving.
I don't know if she vocalized or not, but maybe I would imagine a little bit. Like,
right.
Like even if you get like a cramp that's painful, you're going to make some noise from that too. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, we have the nocturnal
emissions.
Well, here's a question.
Listen. In this article you sent me, there are men that have this problem. Too.
Yeah.
They. In fact, let me go back to that part of the article. It said that there are some men who can have. There was a story in this particular one. The guy had a nerve problem in his back.
Wow.
And that was what had triggered it. So I don't know if I didn't get a chance to read this article because you just sent it over a little while ago.
Well, what they're suggesting is if you want to replicate that, lift things improperly.
Oh, and that's what you do?
Right.
Wow.
Cause yourself some back pain. I don't know of any. Well, yeah, it can be that sort of rewiring in the brain that would cause it.
Some people are noisy, though, Nick. I know you think that you had said that people can control it, and I have heard you. I'm sure we've all heard.
Yes,
noisy people.
Absolutely.
Before.
Yeah, but not at the L.A. Philharmonic.
No, not at the Philharmonic, but there are still very vocal people.
Sure.
When it comes to sexual gratification.
I wonder if depending on how much control does your mind have over, could you be brought to such a point of elation at a concert, at an event? Sure. Like I think like a rock concert where there's something visceral with the bass pounding, and or even like a DJ where you have this incredible amount of enhanced bass. Could that cause it?
It might be a sneeze. Has anybody talked about that?
Well, that's
Wait, do we want to hear that again? See if it's a sneeze? Hang on a second. Maybe.
Could be.
I remember one time I was at Jim Steaks and there was a woman there and her sneeze, I kid you not. She did it like 3 times. It was like this. It was, I was like literally just screaming. That was it. It was just a scream. And I'm like, what? Ah! It scared me. And she did it. She did it again. Ah! Oh, my God, she's sneezing.
I've heard people sneeze like that, and it's terrifying.
Hang on a second. Here is a Oh, this is the follow-up text. Yes, Nick to Magnus Fines said, I was there. This is not what happened. The poor woman had a breakdown of some sort. Speaking to Elam after the concert. I don't know who that is.
Gollum's sister.
We are friends since our time together at U of M, and we were all worried that it was a medical emergency. Please have more respect. But then he responded to that, Nick, and said something along the lines of, he said, I ran
No, I was shooting.
He said, I ran all possible scenarios, Tourette's even, was in close proximity and had no less than 8 other friends coincidentally attending. All had reached a similar conclusion. She remained for the rest of the show. Her demeanor was in evidence. My corroborated take is merely an observation. Respect maintained.
Okay, a lot of people thought it was, so it wasn't like it was completely out of the blue. But yeah, there you go. We talked about also, Preston, the other incidents around normal travails during someone's life, where perhaps they're at the gym and they're on a piece of equipment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was that, Kathy, there was that one apparatus that was supposedly like the orgasmatron or something like that.
I think it's women sometimes when they do an ab workout. It's not a specific apparatus.
But I thought there was
the leg
one,
raise.
Yeah, where you
that's
raise
an
your
ab
legs
workout.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but there was
Yeah,
one.
no, it's not one thing. It's ab workouts.
Okay, I remember us talking about one time that there was a particular thing that you sat on. It's not necessarily had moving parts, but where you could do the leg lifts, and that it was causing women.
Yeah,
or that
remember
women,
Tim Graham's friend? I think did she come in, or maybe she didn't want to. But yeah, when she just does a crunch, she'll do crunches and she'll that'll happen.
I've never had anything even remotely close to that experience.
I read an article recently that says that men should start doing Kegel exercises.
I do.
Do you really?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, when you're going to
for your prostate,
with the prostate, in preparation of having your prostate removed, if you have, and I had prostate cancer, you have removed, you do your Kegel exercises, and that helps firm up the muscles in that general area to control your urination.
And it's supposed to apparently improve your orgasms as well, is what I read.
Yeah, well, so maybe more so in women, but for me,
but for men,
yeah, it keeps me from peeing my pants.
Right, but that's all part of it. It's
interesting.
All the pelvic floor will help you and have a little bit more intense and enjoyable orgasms.
It's so nasty. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I do them a couple times a day.
How do you do a Kegel exercise?
And I tell guys who are trying to do it, when they're doing the surgery and just in general, sort of the way you would suppress a fart is the same sort of. That's really kind of it.
Okay.
So you that
Or can you do it like right now?
I
where
just
you're
did
standing?
15 while we were talking.
Wow.
So the best way to do it is you do it, especially in preparation for this kind of surgery, standing, seated, and laying down.
Okay.
So you're kind of getting all the different muscles worked.
I had always thought you had to like lay on your back.
No.
Okay.
Anywhere you can suppress a fart, you can do a Kegel.
All right.
They won't say it in the medical community, but I'm considered sort of a loose cannon.
Okay.
So, I mean, there were a bunch of, we had a little graphic here in the studio, a bunch of like exercise-related releases, so to speak. So like biking, horseback riding.
We talked about rope climbing, didn't we, Case?
Well, so that's what I was going to say. When I was a kid, before I pre-pubescent and all that, like when I would climb like a pole, like on the swing set or whatever, I mean, I full on had, and before I even knew what that stuff was. Oh, yeah. Nothing.
Excreted. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
But the feeling was there for,
Dad?
for as long as I could hang on.
Can I talk to you for a minute?
But the feeling, you definitely had a.
Oh, yeah.
You had the spasm.
Yeah.
Well, once you reached the age where you would be able to, or at least where you're more aware, would rope climbing get you?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I just know that I was younger, and I was like, okay, I'm going to climb the swing set down at the park, and I would climb up that pole. I would hold on for dear life, like one of those like koala pen thingies, like oh. And I just hung on for as long as I possibly could.
At a younger age, you can, I remember one time I'm like, oh my God. I was like, I didn't even mean to do that. What? I'm diddling myself and I didn't even know it.
Well, your first reaction is, oh my God, there's some sort of medical.
Yeah.
Call a doctor.
Oh.
What's this? This can't be right.
Like I ruined your friend's bathrobe. Hang on, I'm going to go to Eric. Hi, Eric. Good morning.
You guys rock.
Thank you. What's up, buddy?
Eric, I
don't know. I don't know the name of the band. I don't know how close the dude was standing to the stage, but apparently this heavy metal band, underground band, was playing the other night, and some dude farted, and it got picked up on the PA, and it's on like every recording out there.
So at a heavy metal show, this dude was able to fart loud enough to get on.
Farted in my face.
I didn't hear the recording, but like it was some band called Spirit something, Spirit Box, Spirit whatever. They wear masks.
We have a
Sleep Token.
Sleep
Token. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the dude, I didn't hear it yet, but some dude farts at this concert. And apparently, you can hear it.
Okay, we have to hear that now.
Yes.
Marissa.
Thanks, man. I'm putting it on now.
All right, thank
Sleep
you, Eric.
Token.
We'll have Marissa search and see if she can find that. Pass that
Well,
information.
you're memorialized then forever. You're part of that recording of Sleep Token.
Yes.
It's like when people go to live recordings specifically to yell out or call out, so that they end up on the.
Yeah. The last two Fish concerts I went to at the Man, I was sitting right behind the taper section. And I was like, I couldn't enjoy the concert the way I would want to because I didn't want to like ruin the people's recordings.
It's not. Jonas is not on you.
I know.
I would think Fish could get you to the point of.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I've gotten like to not like to like physical places, but
mentally.
Mentally, yeah. I remember
near orgiastic.
There was a. It's kind of like when they're in a jam, right? And they are doing something improvisational, but you know exactly where they're going. Like you're in sync with the band as well. Like they were playing this song called Golden Years. Golden Age. And they went into this jam. This is at Madison Square Garden. And I'm telling you, this was just a couple of years ago. I was dead sober, but like I felt like I was being lifted.
Wow.
Into the stratosphere. It was amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Musically. It brought you there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever had a moment that you would call transcendent during a concert?
No. Nothing I can remember taking me to a different plane of reality or anything
Jimmy
like
Buffett
that.
does it for you, doesn't
Yes, of course. I'm always singing along and kind of lifting a few inches off the
It's
ground.
amazing.
No, not that I know of, and I've never had a sexual explosion.
You never went for it
of sorts. Not even at a strip club. So no. And I've been to the ones where they rub all over you.
You're wearing your blammin' pants?
Wait, what were those called?
The blammin' pants? Isn't that what the dude from Family Guy wears to strip clubs?
Super thin pants?
Yeah, super thin
I have
pants,
done that before.
I was thinking about the other day, Casey was
Blammin' pants.
Was meshies.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was a very chaste couple.
Yes.
Who would wear thin clothing, mesh clothing.
They'd be making out in their dorm room, and she'd say, "Go put your mesh shorts on. I'm gonna rub up against you."
And it was like an actual sexual act for them.
Oh yeah,
that was terrific.
But in a technical sense, it didn't cross any boundaries.
You would still say
not. But you know what's really funny is when
Meshies.
these guys had met and they were together, like we all just assumed that they were just like that they had just discovered that together,
Right.
You know,
And it was the greatest thing
And
in
it
the
was the
world. And
greatest
little
thing.
did you know they were actually just incorporating mesh shorts.
They were doing exactly what we thought they would be doing. But anyway, yeah, meshies.
Nice.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Hey, I'm going to go to Sean. Hi. Sean, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
It's okay. What's up, ma'am?
So I never in my life told anybody about this, and I never heard anyone experience it. And Casey Boy just came clean. But I remember in gym
Yes,
class,
I did.
We had like a 2.5-inch rope that went all the way to the deck, and you had to ring the bell when you would get to the top.
Yep.
And I would get to the top and fire a blank and not know why it happened, and ring the bell, but I couldn't move. Like I was.
How old?
Stuck in that position at the top of the rope.
How old were you when this happened, Sean?
Oh my God, it's probably like 3rd, 4th grade, something like that.
You can come down now.
So, Sean,
It's pretty much what happened.
when you now have an orgasm, do you refer it as a bell ringer?
No, but I will now.
Ding,
No,
ding.
He's like a guy completing chemo.
I was like, Casey, I was like, what is going on? Like, what is this about?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I love ropes.
The rope. But I never told anybody, and I heard him say it. I couldn't stop laughing.
Sean, were you ever attempted to replicate that, and were you able to? If so,
not until I got older and I realized I put 2 and 2 together.
That's what that was.
Like, that's what that was.
Right, exactly.
But when you're that young and it only happened, like random, like when that, when you, like he said, when you climb a pole, like
you're almost frightened.
And then you find out what everything else is, and you're like, oh,
yeah.
Oh, that's why I couldn't move.
That's what people pay for. Yeah.
I just wanted to chime in. That was the first time I ever told.
Well, we're glad you.
I thought it was. I was like, man, what was that about?
Now you can start your day knowing both you and Casey share something very intimate.
Preston and Steve confessions. Your strangest orgasm. Call now.
Right now.
You want to?
Bill is freaking out.
I know. We will slalom it carefully. Yeah, absolutely. We've had a rope and we've had a fart during a concert, which are chasing down the audio.
I mean, I have okay. I have this story.
Another one?
No. It's not me, and so I don't want all right. So it was my friend's brother.
Okay.
But I have to go over to this side of the studio here to show you. But this is how he would lay on the floor and watch TV.
All right.
And it was because of this very same sensation. But if you were
Casey's
sitting there,
going to do a demonstration.
If you were sitting there as a family,
we'll get a wide shot here.
Okay.
All right, Casey is headed to the other side. I'm not going to be able to see this.
That most kids would lay down and watch TV like
right,
this or
prone with sort of your chin in your hands on your belly. Right.
This is how he would watch TV.
Okay. Kathy, what yoga pose is that?
Yeah, upward dog.
Upward dog.
So the upper dog tends to force your crotch into the floor harder.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, it's like you're going, well,
Yeah.
You're going all the way.
Yeah, you're going all the way. So, and was the modus operandi, was that based on him wanting to?
It was the sensation.
And anything he was, would there be specific things on television he would?
No, it wasn't like what he was watching.
Like C-SPAN?
No, I mean, it's not like I was into swing sets,
Oh, my God. This is unbelievable. Yeah. Wow. I didn't even, that's commitment.
Somebody texted in and said, I'm 53. I have vivid memories of riding my big wheel and having that sensation.
Wow.
Oh, man. When riding a bike would always numb up my crotch.
Oh, do you remember?
You'd get pins and needles on your junk.
I think the green machine did it for me.
Oh, did it?
Maybe,
my
yeah.
Chips mobile. But remember how great it was,
Pull over, Punch.
just carefree with your orgasms.
Just throwing them all over the place.
Just carefree with them?
Yeah, this is carefree.
You're walking on sunshine. Absolutely. That's what that song's about.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Oh, I was waiting for that.
Don't worry. It takes forever now with our
Don't worry about it. I know.
super newfangled equipment.
Hard to bring those things up quickly.
Well, which one do you want? Do you want the one with the record scratch?
Well,
or-
before that, we now have a sleep token fart.
Oh, please.
So apparently there's a live recording, and at some point there's a break, and you can hear a guy fart. I don't know. Here we go.
Was that it?
Yeah, it was a little squeak. Hang on. The audio is poor.
Yeah.
You go.
Oh, I thought it was like
Yeah,
and
like a-
also that appears to be off like a phone or something.
That was
It
Yeah.
sounded like he crapped his pants.
That's kind of weak. But you can hear people laughing.
It's during a ballad. That does help, though.
Yeah.
But no. Just throwing your orgasms all over the place.
Yeah. All right. So apparently, this is all the chatter that this woman had apparently in the middle. That the thought is she was so caught up in this wonderful music,
Right. Orgiastic.
that there was a swell and then a pause, and then she felt a sensation, and that the music brought it on. From the orchestra's performance.
I think it's conceivable if you have sort of there's a big bass response or something of that nature, perhaps.
Right.
But who knows? I don't know. I've never had it happen.
Yeah. Or maybe emotionally something can just catch you,
Yeah, there's so Fish does this thing again. It's called a bass bomb, where during a jam they will play, and I don't even know if it is from the keyboard or if it's from the bass, but they will hit one note and everybody,
you can feel it?
Everybody feels it. And then, like, so you get that sensation, this vibration going through your entire body, and everybody's like, what is it? And then everybody goes crazy after that. Like, yes!
They do that at every show or just sometimes?
No, just sometimes. And when it comes out, you're like, oh, dude, that was amazing.
That was the bass bomb.
To feel music, like to literally, physically feel music is pretty cool.
All right.
You know what? What do you call it? Coldplay.
Oh.
Coldplay did that. I couldn't believe how, like, kinetic their concert was when I saw them at the Wells Fargo Center. I didn't see them at the Link or whatever, but same exact thing. Like, I guess the drummer, you could feel everything like pulsing through your body. It's pretty cool.
Sometimes the mix is like that. Years ago, when they really started playing around with subwoofers, they had a thing called Sense Around, which was sort of another element to going to the movies. And movies like, in fact, I think the first time they rolled it out was for a movie called Earthquake, where they had these huge subwoofers up in front of the theaters, and they would pump out this low hum during the earthquake, and you would feel it, profoundly.
We had Geddy Lee on a while back when he had his bass book out, and I asked him if he ever felt like a superhero when the power that he would wield if he hit that low E. Because there's a song called Xanadu, and the first note they hit, and that first big note is just kaboom. It's just nothing but giant bass. And he's like, yeah, you do kind of feel a little super
I want to
awesome.
see if I can find that bass bomb that I don't remember everything, but it was December 29, 2018 in the second set.
And it rocked your world.
Yeah, it was about 9 or 10 minutes into the second song of the second set, but I don't really remember much.
And that's when you fell in love.
Yeah. But I want you guys to hear it because you'll hear the bass bomb and then you hear everybody go, whoa!
We doggies!
Yes. Yeah.
Get it. I want to hear it now. You've talked it up so much. I want to have an
Marissa
orgasm.
is pointing up, and I think it means it's over, Case.
Oh, hey!
I don't know if this is the bass bomb that you were talking about, but here we go. This is Fish and a bass bomb right here. So obviously that's overmodulated.
It's overmodulated.
But you can hear how much stark of a difference it is from the rest of the tone, and that it would sure enough rattle your teeth probably.
You can hear the boners.
Let me back that up again here real quick. Yeah, so they're hitting something that really shakes the arena.
I love stuff like that.
Yeah, all right.
I love orgasms at the Philharmonic.
Orgasms at the Philharmonic are great. That should be a live album right there. That should be the title of a live album.
You know, it'd sell.
So I don't know if it's legit happened or not, but that's what everybody seems to think. So it was worth discussion, I think. We need to take a break. We have MMR's Concert Cash coming up, a chance to win $1,000 and MMRBQ tickets on the way. Don't forget, we also have a Tattoos Day today. Your chance to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. So text the word tattoo to 39333. We'll be back in a second. Bizarre File Stories coming up.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. WMMR presents.
And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight. She's backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park. No arrests. They all knew each other.
Ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
After they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy goes on.
Everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
protocol.
Yeah, protocol.
You
and all
don't
that sort of stuff.
fire on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade all
That's
the time.
exactly what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm gonna make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else. is
Hey,
like, oh
what
my
a good dad.
Oh, you are. Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let him know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in
wasn't
front
it?
of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what.
Huh.
But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but Visco girls.
Visco girls.
Yeah. And that's spelled VSCO.
Yeah.
Visco, you've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday. And so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. Visco.
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed, of all places.
Okay.
I read an article about it. I saw Visco online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant, VSCO.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts, and now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Okay, so it just says SK. Apparently, they go around going.
Wait,
like that.
okay, well,
Okay.
so-
So do
There's a
crickets.
Visco.
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Our phone lines are lighting up, so
Yeah.
we'll find out in a minute here.
It's
Right? That's what it is.
as far as social status goes, it's a new thing for this school year. It's brand new. But
How is it social status though?
because it's a look. So basically,
it's a look.
If you are a Visco girl, you are you kind of look like you came from the beach. You wear scrunchies around your wrist.
Scrunchies are a big thing.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You carry
on your wrist.
You carry around a hydro flask. And you have a natural look, Kathy. So you don't go heavily made up.
So like Renee Zellweger.
So it's not like a filter that
It is. Yeah. So the Visco app is a filter that you can apply, but it's a lighter filter. So sometimes Instagram models will go very heavy on their filters, right?
Right.
And so you look incredibly made up, and you will take an Instagram app and you'll use that app to change your look essentially on your social media post.
It happens all the time.
Visco girls, Steve, don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go very natural,
completely raw,
very light makeup,
unfiltered.
Yeah, and there are 2 essential settings on the Visco app that you use for your look. And now it's translated from this app to real life.
Okay.
Wow, man, Preston. So when In school, we had Crisco girls. We had a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah. Sure.
Crisco girl.
They would bring fried chicken to school.
Yeah, those are Crisco girls.
Crisco girls.
Yeah.
My
Florence Henderson was a Crisco. Westonality.
And Steve, they would go.
That's Crisco girl.
It's them eating the skin off of the chicken. So Caroline, my daughter, was wearing a shirt and it was too long. She's like, I'm tucking this in because I don't want to look like a Visco girl. Not that meaning that she doesn't want to be one, but it looks like you're not wearing pants.
Not wearing pants. Okay,
yeah,
I've
that
seen
you're
this.
not wearing shorts.
I've seen this. I've seen the looking like you're not wearing shorts.
Where did that look? That look has been around before.
No, but I've recently seen it pick up, and I'm like, look at these kids. Like their shorts are so short that they look like they're not wearing any.
My dad was a Visco girl before anyone knew. He just wear a long coat and shorts.
Yeah.
You also might have known them as flashers.
Yeah.
Case, is your daughter into it? Or is she Visco? What do you say? Help me out here, guys.
She's a Delco girl.
She's a Delco girl, Kath. You know what? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how new this scene is, but here's the deal. My kids go to Catholic schools, so they all wear the same thing at school. And then we just got done in the summer, and we were down the beach all the time.
I saw a text that this is supposed to be camera sound.
Oh my God! I love it. I want to be a Visco boy.
I always wore big clothes. There was a period of time where we looked like we were 900 pounds only because we wore oversized
Baggy
clothes.
stuff. Baggy stuff.
Who decided all this stuff? All these various things together make this. You know what I mean?
A Visco girl.
Yeah.
I think it's just a style. I keep relating it to the hippie. It's just
It
the
is,
hippie
but
like
somebody had to put these pieces together. They don't necessarily, automatically go together.
The thing, Preston, that you're reacting to, and I think I agree, is because things like this would happen over the course of a little while, and like in school, going to school, you start to see people adopting something, and there'd be a movie, or there'd be something that they would, or a musician or somebody they're responding to. But this seems to, for a lot of the people are saying from 0 to 60.
I know.
Because of social media.
It's like now this isn't a fashion thing, but it was an accessory people had. Remember the fidget spinners?
Oh, yeah.
Like that took off in 10 minutes.
Boom.
And everybody had them, and then they were gone.
Look at this. Visco Girl Starter Pack.
You can buy this
$150
for $150.
Should we get it, guys?
It says Giant Visco Starter Pack.
Preston, we need to be Crisco boys.
Scrunchies, Crocs.
I like those tie-dye Crocs.
What else? There's the shorts, and oversized shirt. What do you see?
No, Kathy liking the Crocs now.
I like the tie-dye
Just
Crocs.
like 10 minutes ago, she's like, not for adults.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't buy them and wear them.
But Steve, it's funny because you were talking about how these things, how they can happen so quickly. When people are getting back to school this week and they come home demanding the scrunchies, that means that this thing is taken off and they want to be like all the other people who are in the group.
That's funny.
Some people are texting in, and I've gotten some emails that there is a phrase that goes along, not just the SK one, I oop.
I oop.
I don't know what that means.
There's another one, Nick.
That's
no, no, that's mine. You can't have that.
I oop.
But I oop is a
Can
thing.
we make that part of the Crisco boys?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's allowed. But
All right, how's I oop spelled?
I oop is the letter I, and then OOP.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Again, it says I oop. Here, there's I oop can be used as a reaction to express sudden surprise or shock over an unexpected situation. That's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
For example, you can say it if someone calls someone else out on social media in a mic drop moment, as in I oop. Okay.
Because it says here, honestly, who says mic drop anymore? That's old now.
That's so old.
Nick, you know that I love you, but I do find it a little creepy that you know the most about this.
Well,
anyone
he
on
looked
the
it up
show.
on BuzzFeed. Research. Yeah, no, I stalk 12-year-olds.
Okay.
Do you want to hear it?
Interesting. Oh, yeah.
Jasmine
thanks.
Masters, I think.
All right.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and
Okay.
And that's funny.
And,
Okay.
And hence the beginning of a new phrase.
Wow,
Bizarre.
Sitting on your balls created a thing.
Where some things come from
And yet
how they take off.
We can't get to take off.
Nobody can pronounce it.
And it's very hard.
That's the only thing.
I
Too many
is much
syllables.
easier. All
Although I got a text from somebody who says I'm 27 and I just found out I'm a Visco girl.
it's like going and looking at your X-rays.
Yeah.
I have some bad news. You're a Visco girl.
What would be some positive workplace habits? It doesn't give any examples here at all. So I'm wondering what we could do. Maybe some yoga or something like that.
Well, let's assess.
Maybe like clean up your area.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was just saying that's like a positive workplace.
I just
moved
knew.
all my stuff in there. It's a mess.
This morning,
looking at you.
Kathy goes to me. She goes, "Oh, your area looks really nice, Steve." And Preston goes, "Oh, what about mine?"
Mine's just an absolute. It looks like an atom bomb went
It
off.
actually looks worse than the old office.
I haven't done anything. I just dragged all my crap in here.
Listen, I was
and
not
set
talking to you.
And
I was just saying in
Steve,
general.
your area looks very nice.
That's pretty mean.
Steve came in over the weekend and worked on his.
I did. Whereas Preston just poured it his
I
over.
just brought
Didn't
my
have
stuff over
chance.
and left it. I'm going to work on it today.
I was just complimenting Steve because the shelving in the new office was made specifically for his guys. Like,
Yes, my
looks,
Batman.
It looks so nice. I wasn't saying it.
Kathy did it in the way where you're talking to one person, but your mouth is actually towards someone else who you want to make sure they hear that particular statement.
Your part of the office looks much better. The cleanly, orderly way you've approached your workspace is impressive.
I swear, I was not saying it because yours was messy.
It did feel good to purge, like
Oh my God, I
getting
love
rid of
it.
a lot of stuff. And I found files from like 2008, 2009 when we moved into that office.
I found that puppy I never gave Marissa.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Listen, to make me realize how long we've been in that office, I've had some stuff hanging in my area on the wall space there, notes that my sons wrote to me.
Oh, yeah.
In little kid
That's
handwriting
cute.
of Daddy, I love
Yeah.
you. I hope you have a nice day. I mean, that's how long we've been in that room. We've been in that room for 15 years.
And it does mean a lot because we started when we came here. First off, so that was not initially our first
I guess
office
it hasn't been
was-
15 years.
Yeah.
It's been at least a dozen years.
Right.
Though, but
because we're in it was Kathy, you, and I were in that small office that used to be a closet. Yeah.
So here's another thing that you can do to help get past the post-holiday vacation back to work blues. Don't dwell.
Okay.
Don't dwell.
Yeah. Don't feel sorry.
Lou, I couldn't help but noticing that you're dwelling. Isn't that obvious?
Doesn't dwell mean to just live, just to, just to
sort of
stay in one
ruminate,
place?
yeah.
Hanging out.
Don't dwell. Don't feel sorry for yourself, it says. Start some new office habits. This is how to beat the post-holiday.
Should you clean your office area?
The post-holiday vacation back to work blues. Clean your damn office. All right, how about this one? This is just this. Here you go. This is all it says you need to do. Reflect.
Well, wait, that's too close to dwelling.
Seriously.
Where's the delineation
That's
between
right.
reflecting and dwelling?
You're not supposed to dwell. However, you should reflect.
God damn it, Earl, I was reflecting.
Looked like you were dwelling.
Well, I wasn't. You nosy ass.
So it says here.
Gentlemen, what? Well, he's always saying I'm dwelling. I was clearly reflecting.
Oh my God, I'm actually going to get a shout out in time when this person requested. This says, my name is Bridget, and my son Ryan Gallagher Seeley and we listen to the Preston and Steve show every morning on our way to school. Without a doubt, Ryan is your biggest 10-year-old fan. We love the Bizarre File, Preston and Steve, and of course, Pierre. Huge MMR fans over here. Ryan turns 10 years old May 2nd, 2023. And I would love it if you could give him a shout out for his very special day. We're in the car from 7:45 to 8:15.
We got it!
Oh my God! He's a fourth grader at the Walden School in Media.
He's too smart for us.
And lives in Ridley Park. And he's a Star Wars aficionado and the best thing to happen in my life. This is from Bridget. So here's a shout out from your mom, Ryan. Happy 10 to you, my man. I want to do a butt plug real quick. I mentioned this the other day.
Yes.
We are coming up on the annual Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event. It's an international men's march against rape, sexual assault, and gender violence. And proceeds from this event are going to be supporting the Laurel House and their domestic violence shelter and supportive services. So we've been longtime supporters of the Laurel House, and this event is coming up Saturday, May 13th. I'll be hosting it. The event is at 10 a.m., check-ins at 9 o'clock, and I would love you to be a part of Team WMMR. I'm late getting started on this, and I apologize, but we're in Collegeville at the Pfizer campus, and would love you to come and walk. And it's men, adult men. Well, you don't have to be adults, by the way, but men walking in women's high heels And that in and of itself is worth coming along just to see.
It's a ton of fun.
And obviously it raises funds for a much needed organization. So
that benefits both women and men.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. So it's just people who are victims of domestic violence. It's a shelter. And of course they help out with other things like helping people find employment if they need that, or
legal issues.
Yeah. Or permanent residence and stuff like that. They're fantastic. So the Laurel House, it is a week from this Saturday, May 13th. Go to PrestonandSteve.com if you'd like to get signed up, or you can do a quick search on the Laurel House, and you will find that as well. But community events at WMMR.com. We love to have you on board. And then I'm going to mention this because we got a few more seconds before Concert Cash. Casey, I got an email from somebody. Nick passed this along, actually, to me. Says, hey, longtime listener, wanted to make sure that you and the show are aware of a live show that I think your listeners would like. My wife and I went to see The Play That Goes Wrong.
I want to go see this.
At the Plays and Players Theater in Center City. Casey and I went to see it when we were in London in the West End, and we loved it. It was hilarious. It was suggested by Michael Giacchino.
Yes.
And actually, this is brought to the U.S. by J.J. Abrams.
How about that?
And it's going to be in Philly till May 21st. And this person said they went, and it seemed like the tickets weren't selling that well. It's kind of a light attendance at the house.
I think once word gets out.
I'm telling you guys, it's slapstick. It's funny. It's ridiculous. It's over the top and hilarity throughout the whole thing.
I mean, comedy luminaries. I think Mel Brooks went and loved it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think it is a comedy of errors, correct?
And yes, exactly. And we met the creators when we were in London. They came out, and we had them on, and that's why I wanted to give this a little plug. It's just because I think it'd be great entertainment that you might enjoy. And we had such a great time meeting those guys. They were
you might have an orgasm.
They were kind enough to come by and be on our show. So I wanted to pass that along. So that's at. It's called The Play That Goes Wrong, and it's at the Plays and Players Theater. I've never been there. The Plays and Players Theater in Center City. So get tickets, go. Should be fun. All right, now it is time to do this.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right, the word's exclusive. EXCLUSIVE. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. You can do it at the contest page, WMMR.com. You can also do it on the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR listeners get 2 tickets to the MM Barbecue Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale now, and winners get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. For MM Barbecue details, text word FINALLY to 39333 for a link for the information. Sponsored by Meineke, and again, the word is exclusive, so enter it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right. Bizarre File brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk, want it gone? Got floors, want them clean? Call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Veteran-owned and operated. Started right here in southeastern PA. Call 844-GET-JDOG or visit jdog.com. All right, so a young Australian man could face 40 lashes and 5 years in jail after allegedly going on a drunk, naked, and violent rampage in Indonesia.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Bodhi Mani Risby Jones.
That's a hell of a name.
23-year-old from Australia was detained in the early hours of Thursday morning in the country's ultra-conservative province of Et Esseh. Public canings are a regular punishment in the province, meaning that the 23-year-old could be lashed up to 40 times as well as face 5 years in prison.
Yeah, the lashing is fairly common.
The alleged incident left the person in hospital and promoted residents to threaten to burn the Moon Beach Resort down.
Wow.
Off the coast of Sumatra. Risby Jones had been named as a suspect by police. The province enforces Sharia law, meaning that the sale and consumption of alcohol is banned. And police chief senior commissioner said that the victim's wife had made a report to police, and 4 witnesses had also been questioned. He confirmed that he would not be deported. An Indonesian police report stated 2 residents were about to buy cigarettes at a stall when a foreign citizen appeared from a ditch and chased them. Just hanging out in a ditch.
Yeah, that's my ditch.
They accelerated their motorcycle towards a coffee shop. The perpetrator chased them while rampaging so that local residents were frightened. The perpetrator also lifted a motorbike causing a local resident to fall and to be injured. The report said Risby Jones also hit the wall of a coffee shop. His action provoked the anger of the residents. Then they chased and caught the perpetrator. The residents brought him to a local police station. He had been drinking from a bottle of vodka before emerging without clothes on after midnight.
Didn't know where he was.
The police report said the local victim suffered injuries to his feet after Risby Jones allegedly pushed a motorcycle onto him, and the guy ended up having to have 50 stitches, which is quite a nasty
That's
cut.
heavy duty.
So this dude is going to get the tar beat out of him.
Should have gotten a pizza and stayed in his ditch.
There you go. And he could face some jail time, too. A Dutch man suspected of fathering more than 550 children worldwide through sperm donations has been ordered to stop. The man named Jonathan, who is 41, could be fined more than $100,000 if he tries to donate again. He was banned from donating to fertility clinics in the Netherlands in 2017 after it emerged he had fathered more than 100 children. Jeez. But instead of stopping, he carried on donating sperm abroad and online. The court has told him to provide a list of all the clinics that he had used and to order them to destroy his sperm. The man said to have misled hundreds of women. Dutch clinical guidelines state that a donor should not father more than 25 children in 12 families. They are asking to limit the number of times that they offer their services to reduce the chance that siblings might unknowingly form a couple and have a child together.
Yeah, it could be a problem. So there have been a ton of stories like this.
Oh, man, there's a documentary about a fertility doctor.
Netflix, right?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What's that?
It was on Netflix, right?
Yeah. And he was offering up his seed without their knowledge to tons of people.
Dude.
And he was through this, he's this religious group, I think, called a Quiverful or something like that. And they're trying to like stack the deck.
A sock full.
With like people.
Yeah.
The end of that, I'm not going to give it away for anybody who hasn't watched it, but at the end, I was like, holy S. Like you can't even believe what actually happens. And that, like, you think it's over, it's coming to an end, and then they just slam you with the last bit of information. You're like, holy crap.
Nick pulled up the title. It's called Our Father. It's on Netflix. It's wild.
It's Tiger King with semen.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, similar. All right, this is messed up, and I saw the picture of this. A homeless man allegedly bit off a portion of an officer's finger during an arrest at a subway station in East Hollywood on Thursday.
Man.
Los Angeles police officers were conducting routine activities when they spotted a man reportedly board the train with a meth pipe.
Oh.
Police approached the suspect, escorted him off the train for a narcotics investigation. As the man was being held, he became violent and began fighting with officers, which resulted in a use of force incident. During the incident, the suspect bit off a portion of the sergeant's pinky finger. And I mean, dude, bit it off.
You've got to have some choppers on you.
Witnesses said the man also tried to bite other nearby cops before he was subdued. The sergeant was transported to a local hospital for treatment. Unfortunately, they confirmed they were not able to reattach the officer's fingertip.
That effing sucks.
Yeah, we're looking at a photo of it.
That's
it's
a
messed
nice
up.
chunk off of the pinky.
The suspect was also transported to the hospital with minor injuries. He was later arrested on charges of mayhem and resisting an executive order.
This was on a train, Preston? Or a bus?
Well, they took him off of a train.
Okay.
And they confirmed that he is indeed a transient. Wow. An employee at a Popeyes in Chicago was caught on video destroying the store after he was allegedly not paid for a month of work.
Well,
I know.
See that he was upset.
A TikTok posted a now viral video of the unidentified man cutting open bags and boxes of food and other damage in the fast food restaurant. At the beginning of the video, the man is seen cutting open a bag of raw chicken and dumping the pieces on the ground. In the next clip, he can be seen opening boxes of French fries and tossing the food on the floor. A third clip shows what appears to be a completely destroyed stockroom with overturned shelves, open boxes, and flipped over bins. Various foods and a liquid can be seen covering most of the floor. Pictures following the video clip show damage to the registers and cut electronic cords as well.
This is for a month of not getting paid.
Yeah, the final video clip reads, "At least he got his money," while showing an empty cash drawer on the counter and panning to the window where police officers in Chicago police vehicle can be seen outside of the restaurant. It's unclear whether he was arrested or not.
He decimated the place. Did you give a dollar amount to the damage?
Did not. I didn't see one in the story. And then finally, we'll do this last one. A man fatally shot 3 other people before turning his gun on himself, Portuguese police said on Sunday, in what local media described as a dispute over rival pigeon racers.
Pigeon racers?
He shot 3 people and killed himself.
It gets that competitive?
Andrea Goncalves,
I saw the whole thing.
the police commissioner.
Yeah, I'm one of the athletes.
Described a dispute between 4 men ages 30 and 60.
My name is Buttons.
And said one of them had killed the others before shooting himself. She described the deaths as an isolated situation related to an unresolved issue between the men. The 4 dead individuals were participating in a pigeon race, and their disagreement also centered on an illegal vegetable garden.
Oh, no.
Portugal has
No comment.
Portugal has restrictive gun laws, but firearms are legal for hunting. Of the 80 or so annual homicides that Portugal has registered on average since 2015, around a fifth of them are committed with firearms.
Illegal? So a guard
pigeon.
A pigeon and gardens.
Yep, apparently.
They're insane over there.
It's pretty crazy. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File for you. All right, so you got about 4 minutes left, and it's your chance to win $1,000 and tickets to the MMRBQ. Text the word exclusive to 45911 or enter it on the MMR app or through WMMR.com. We want you to win. We're going to take a break. Don't forget Big Jay Oakerson joining us this morning, and we might play a contest when we
I
get
think
back.
so.
Hang out.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
And Stranger Things star David Harbour dating.
This is way better.
I had to look up Lily Allen, and I still don't know who she is. Is she a singer?
I believe so, right?
I think
don't know.
she's
A dancer.
Oh, no.
No, she was a dancer.
She's a dancer.
Oh my God!
Oh, I like her.
Oh, her brother's Alfie Allen from Game of Thrones.
And Lily Allen is from a while. She had career was on fire about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Her brother is Theon Greyjoy.
Yes.
From Game of Thrones, and she's a singer. No,
she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! Honestly, is she a singer?
She's a singer.
All right.
Her brother is Marcus Allen.
Honestly.
And Preston, is she a singer?
Yeah, she's a singer.
I'm not doing it.
Why not? No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Stop. Gets worse.
Okay, I thought she was an actress.
No, she's a singer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Okay.
She had a couple of hits. She was at yes. What are some of her hits? We all know her hits.
Well, the girl that we're looking at,
birthday.
the girl that we have up in this photo, I think is the actress that I looked up on IMDb.
No,
this
that's
morning.
the singer.
No, she was a dancer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Lily Allen, for Christ's sake, she's a musician, right?
Okay.
Are we looking up 2 different people?
There are a ton of acting credits for
No, those are soundtrack.
someone named Lily Allen. Those are soundtrack. Oh.
Those are not acting credits.
Okay. We all
She was an
clear?
actor?
Are we clear? No. She's a singer.
She has a song called "Fu."
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
I know that one. All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, they might be dating, her and David Harbour. Londoners have spotted the two out, hanging out, and of course, post about it on social media. Somebody wrote, David Harbour, when on earth did this happen? And it was alongside a screenshot of her, of her TV screen showing the couple at a boxing event.
Huh, good for him.
They first sparked rumors earlier this month when they were spotted taking in a West End performance of the Lehman trilogy.
Are we good enough friends with him now to just blow a call in?
Of course we are.
Yeah.
What time is it in London?
We did have a really good time with him.
Yeah.
It's like noon.
Super nice guy. Yeah, it's
So he's probably up.
Yeah, we give him a call.
Hello?
Yeah, David.
Yeah, David, it's Preston and Steve. Are you dating Lily Allen?
Yeah.
She's a singer, right?
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
What are Casey and Kathy doing on this call?
We just had to do that. We had to do that because this is funny.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Woody Allen, maybe persona non grata in Hollywood, but Scarlett Johansson would work with him anytime. The A-lister is one of the few stars to publicly signal her support for the director.
He was the original choice for Captain America.
I did not realize that he would actually...
I don't think the serum worked.
Yeah.
I don't feel very super.
He was the original guy.
Yeah. Imagine that. The thing opens up. Shh, shh. Have I changed dramatically? He comes out worse.
Yeah. They go the opposite direction.
He got older.
He's aged. His eyesight has gone bad. He's wearing glasses now. His hair's falling out.
Ready to take on the Nazis.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan personally of their conduct.
Several stars.
They reach over. He just looks over. Stark's father reaches over and had the lever all the way to the wrong side. I'm sorry. I had it on skinnier. I should have pushed it to muscular.
Several stars, including Frida Pinto, Greta Gerwig, Colin Firth, and Mira Sorvino, expressed regret at working with him previously and pledged to never work with him again. But when the Hollywood Reporter asked Johansson, who worked with him on Match Point, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and Scoop, she had nothing but good things to say about the 83-year-old, whose daughter, of course, accused him of sexual assault. He's denied all this stuff, but she said, "How do I feel about Woody Allen? I love Woody," she told the Hollywood Reporter. "I believe him, and I would work with him anytime." She said, "I see Woody whenever I can, and I have had a lot of conversations with him about it. I have been very direct with him, and he's been very direct with me. He maintains his innocence, and I believe him."
Well, that's her prerogative to take it that way, and that's okay.
She said, but she also understands why others don't. She said it's hard because it's a time where people are very fired up, and understandably, things needed to be stirred up, and so people have a lot of passion, a lot of strong feelings, and are angry, and rightfully so. It's an intense time.
What a missed opportunity that they could have worked in the Avengers films together. It would have been so great.
I ran into somebody who works in our office, and I'd asked her what she did the night before. Maybe it was over the weekend. She's like, "Yeah, well, I went to an I Do barbecue, and blah, blah, blah. This is kind of scattered over there." I'm like, hang on a second. What's an I Do barbecue? You guys ever heard of that before?
No, but I haven't.
Like an engagement party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
I'm going to vomit.
But only for people in the wedding party.
Right. Okay.
So
It's kind of where do they ask them to be in the wedding party? Like that's part of the event.
I'm not really sure.
So I've been to like where they invite the bridal party over, and that's you're at a party, and they ask you to be in the bridal party. So
is that what that is?
You're going to a party, and you don't actually know yet until you get
to the party,
right.
And then they say, "By the way, you're all going to be in."
Or they ask you, yeah.
Okay.
So do attendees they don't know until some point in the evening when.
I mean, I think for my brothers, I knew I was going to be in my brother's wedding, but
Right.
yes, and then they gave us a bottle of wine, and on the wine, she had put in like a cute little saying asking us to be, it was a custom made wine label, and then it was a cute saying asking us to be in the wedding.
I would attend I'd prefer not barbecue.
I actually never liked the idea of an engagement party, and so. You can put a cute little name on it, right, and make things rhyme, and I'm not going to like it or dislike it any more or any less.
Well, that's what they do, though. Yeah, that's what whoever they are.
There must be some counselor, commissioner, somebody who puts together with the gender reveal stuff now. That went from 0 to 60.
I'm wondering where this started because there's an article on the knot.com, right, which is a wedding magazine and a wedding website. And so do you think that they wrote the article thinking that this might be a thing, or did they write the article because it already was a thing?
I think probably they can help boost it by reporting on it.
Right.
All the not readers. But I don't know. Usually something has to have a little bit of traction before you report on it, right?
So yeah, I would think so. But so you have an engagement party, okay?
Okay.
You have, I guess now, an I Do barbecue. You have to have a rehearsal dinner.
The rehearsal dinner is to me, isn't that that's the wedding party gathering,
That's
right?
what I always thought it was.
Well, but not anymore, because now if you have out-of-town guests, if you're going by their rules, you have to invite the out-of-town guests to the rehearsal dinner.
Right.
So, but out-of-town guests who are in the wedding party aren't expected to attend the I Do barbecue,
I think the I Do barbecue is taking over the engagement party. I don't think you're having an I Do barbecue and you're having an engagement party. I think it's sort of one or the other.
Really?
Yeah.
So, but you would only
Because
invite.
an I Do barbecue is an engagement party.
Yeah, but you're only inviting the people that will be in your wedding party.
Oh no, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying that is also I've been to parties where they only invite the bridal party.
Because let's say you have a big engagement party or your I Do barbecue, but you're only inviting some of the people that are there.
Invite people can be in the direct wedding party.
But let's say you have like 50 people there, but you're only inviting like 7 of them to be in your wedding party. That's kind of insulting to the other people that show up.
Not really. That's like saying you have to put every single friend in your bridal party. I think you know who's.
But if you're at a party and you're not part of the list there.
Yeah.
And you're just like, I'll just be waiting over here.
Yeah.
No.
Enjoy your being celebrated by the bride and groom, and I'll just stand over here and have my fruit.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
So you have all these parties. What are the ones involved with having a baby? There's a shower.
The
right?
Barbara Briss.
The Barbara Briss.
But listen, like the I Do barbecue and the gender reveal, I think are kind of organized so that you don't have to bring a gift. You're not bringing a gift to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Gender reveal.
Yeah, like it's more set up like the barbecue. Like come over for a barbecue. You don't quite know what it is, but whereas an engagement party is. If you show up without a gift, or at least for me, if I showed up without a gift, I would feel awkward.
All right, hang on. I just saw a text that came over. It said Connor Betts, he's an assistant producer here, went to an I Do barbecue. I'd like to know if he brought a gift with him to the I Do barbecue. Because, Kathy, I think you have to bring a gift to an I Do barbecue.
I don't know. Here, Connor's.
All right, we need an
walking him
explanation,
right now.
clarification, in case I, by some stretch of the imagination, get invited to an I Do barbecue. I want to know what to do.
Connor?
I did not bring a gift.
Okay.
Were you aware that it was an I Do barbecue before you attended?
Yes.
Okay, so that and it's the premise of the I Do barbecue when it was presented to you that you were coming because you were going to be asked to be a part of this wedding party?
Yes, and I was not a part of the wedding.
All right, did your girlfriend bring a gift?
No.
Okay.
So when you went...
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the gender reveal is to come. We're all finding out together what the baby is going to be. You're not going to bring a gift to that. The the baby shower. Yes, that's the point of a baby shower. Your friends, your family, they're bringing gifts so that you can be prepared for when the baby comes.
Connor prefers to be called Moose.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
That's just a nickname from high school.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
High school into college, and everybody calls me.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I didn't know that. Nice to meet you, Moose.
So Moose, what was it like at the I Do barbecue?
Well, I didn't bring a gift, one, because they are wealthy and I am poor.
Right.
So I think my mom might have brought a gift, but I did not.
And so who with the cluster that you attended, who was asked to be in the bridal party?
It was my friend's brother's engagement party, I guess. So then we were all friends with him, and it was a bunch of my friends, and then I was not asked.
Did they line you up?
I was back up.
Did they line you up in a row and then yes, no? Yes.
Yeah, it's like picking for kickball.
Right, yeah. Right?
Yeah.
No. And then, Connor, you're there with the caterer standing there.
Yeah, it was me and the caterer and the dog.
Right, yeah.
On the side.
These are the ones who will not be in our wedding party. Shame them.
Sorry, Moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
But you didn't go to the party expecting to be asked to be in the bridal party, right? Yeah.
Not even a little bit?
No.
It's
With
not
how good you look in a gown?
You don't have every friend you know in your bridal party.
No, but I'm saying this seems oddly. It is like being picked for teams in school.
No.
And you're left out of it.
No.
It's like, why not break up into shirts and skins?
Well, I had never heard the term I Do barbecue before, but apparently that's another one to add to the list with your gender reveals, your sprinkles, your showers, your engagement
golden
parties,
showers.
your golden showers, the
butterscotch bandits,
and that's
Carl
overcomers.
Guys, you're combining things that don't.
It's disgusting.
It's not.
Yeah, Overcomer was a
We're
movie.
here for the Hot Carl party.
What were you going to say, guys?
I just don't make your wedding more special than it really is.
Yeah.
You know,
Or do it since it's your wedding.
yeah.
Don't make it more special than it really is.
Because it might end up in a murder-suicide, you know?
Wow.
93.3 WMMR.
I've just been told that we have a show announcement later on this morning. Around 10 o'clock, or at least starting at 10 is when we can make that announcement.
Yeah.
All right, and to this event that we announced, we'll have tickets to give away, too.
I love that.
I think you want to stay with us for that. It's a good one. Also, we're going to play a contest. We're going to play a game that apparently we haven't played. We may have done it around Christmas time last year or the year before, but
Did people love it or hate it?
People
like
loved it. And, well, some people hate it.
Okay.
But we love it.
All right.
We haven't played it since 2019 in this version, but apparently we called it Go Flute Yourself.
It sounds about right.
And so we have audio of someone playing really crappy flute versions of songs. Or it might be like recorder.
Right.
You know, the little, well, I have a recorder.
You do, you know. By the way, I crack up all the time on Friday when we play the our movie theme, and we're playing basically this. There's something about horrendously played flutes or recorders or what have you. Where did it go?
I found it.
Oh.
Well, anyway.
That's good.
You get the idea.
Yeah.
Or
I just had an orgasm.
Or with my nose.
I had 2 orgasms.
That sounded like Willy Wonka.
Yes, it does.
It did.
Yes. Oh, I just realized I stuck this in my mouth right after I had it in my nose.
It's like butt to mouth.
Wasn't that nice? A little ATM.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Little NTM.
Do you have NTM?
Nose to mouth.
You know what they call an ATM around here, right?
What?
It's the Mac machine.
Yes, this is true. Wait a minute. So
It's a
ass
joke.
to mouth is now known as
In Philly.
as the Mac machine?
Yeah, you don't call it an ATM in Philly. You
That's
call
when
it,
you can be discreet,
you
right?
call it the Mac machine. Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, dude, we're totally Mac machine.
When you're soliciting for that in front of your grandmother.
That's funny.
Well, you and I have a little Mac machine.
So what we'll do is we'll get callers on the line, 215-263-WMMR. We'll play the song for you. If you can identify it, then you win a prize. And we got lots of prizes. While we are getting those callers up and running, Steve, you wanted to mention something.
Yes, a friend in the neighborhood where I am at, or in the general neighborhood, a very good guy, Eric Snyderman, and his wife and family. They had a fire on April 25th, and the house was pretty much, gone, most of their possessions and everything.
Oh.
And the guy's just a super nice guy and very involved in the neighborhood. And so, in fact, he and his family were down for the spring training, Preston. But it's just a couple days ago, they had this fire, and it just raged through the house. Long story short, the people in the neighborhood love the family, and they put together a benefit. It's at Graham's Pub. It's this Friday from 8 to 11, and Graham's is turning their facility over for that time. Wristbands are going to cost $50, but they include domestics and wine, drinks, I'm assuming. Plus, there's tons of great raffles, and there's food and all sorts of other stuff. It's just a basic way to get together and help them replace some of virtually everything that they lost, and they're great people. I'm going to be there from like 8 o'clock, for a bit in the earlier part of the evening. I will have been up for a long time at that point, but I'm going to make sure to get on over there. So it's Graham's Pub, and the directions, it's right on Ridge. I'll make sure that it's on my social media, and Nick, maybe we can post this up online as well. And I would love to see you over there and support a family that, there are all sorts of charities. They lost everything. They're coming off this horrible situation, and maybe we can make some, as they say, lemonade out of lemons.
When is this? What day?
It's this Friday.
This Friday.
From 8 to 11. Graham's Pub. It's on Ridge. I believe technically, I don't know where it falls, but it's right on Ridge. I'll give you the specific address on the social media. We'll put it up hopefully on PrestonSteve.com.
Excellent.
And I'll see you there for a little bit on Friday night.
All right. Very good, Steve. All right. We're going to see if we can play this game. It's called Go Flute Yourself. We are looking for callers, 215-263-WMMR. We have a variety of things to give away, including movie screening of the new Guardians of the Galaxy film tomorrow night.
Rave reviews.
Casey's going to be there for the event.
And that's going to be at the Regal in Warrington, PA.
And we got some beers and things like that.
Yeah, we got Blu-rays, beers. We've got, there's a Golden Gloves boxing championship coming up. And
We got tickets to it?
We're going to have tickets to that as
Wow.
well. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of stuff.
All right, let's get a caller on the line. Let's start playing. We're gonna lead off with Brielle. Brielle, are you there?
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Brielle. I love that name, by the way. Very unique.
Thank you.
How long have you had that?
Since my birthday.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Since you were born, you've had that.
Yeah, since her birthday. All right, so Brielle, we're gonna play a crappy flute song for you. We'll see if you can identify it. Okay?
All right.
Should I put them on hold? You know,
Yeah.
what, let me play this first without putting. I hate putting them.
I know, it sucks.
And
It's
see
our
if you
crappy
can hear
phones.
it. If not, I'll put you on hold. Here we go, Brielle. All right. First of all, could you hear it, Brielle?
Not really.
There we go.
All right, let me try putting you on hold. We'll see if this is better. Casey, to the beginning, please. If
All
you
right.
would. Here we go. Okay.
It's great.
Brielle,
Yes.
first of all, could you hear it better that way?
Yeah, it just sounds like chaos.
Yeah, well, it sort of is.
Yeah, but do you know
Any
the song?
idea?
No, I don't have a guess.
Three callers? Three callers? All right, we'll go next to Jay. Hey, Jay.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks.
We're going to try out that same one with you. Do you already know it, or do you need to hear it again?
No, I definitely need to hear it again.
All right, hang on. Here we go. I like how the other guys join him on the dent part of that. All right, Jay.
I have no idea.
Yeah, no, you know what? Because I'm shocked because the song is playing underneath it as a guy.
Yes, it is. All right, one last caller, Sean. Hi there, Sean. You would be amazed at how often I say that around my house. I do. My kids love it. Sean, do you need to hear it again?
Yeah, I got to give it one more try.
Wow. I bet you the guy who said rye bread knows what it is.
Here we go. Okay, I can't handle it
after a while.
All right, Sean. What's the song?
Yeah, I got no idea.
Marissa's going to get a texter. We'll go through 3 callers.
Wow.
And if we don't get a win that way, we will go to a texter.
I know for a fact people are getting it on the. They've got to be.
Oh my God, yeah. Everybody on the text board's getting it.
And see if we can get a winner this way. So Marissa's putting somebody what?
They're either getting it or they're asking us to stop.
Of course. Yeah, it's a love-hate game.
Yeah.
You either love this or hate this. There's no middle ground.
Not every game can be yes or no.
When it
just
comes-
everyone agrees that they adore it.
Right, Kathy?
Yes.
Oh, she said yes.
Do you like this game better or that game better?
Well, I like this game better.
Okay, all right. So it's Kathy Romano approved now. So we're waiting for. Let me see here. Waiting for Marissa.
A girl like you?
Yeah, I've been waiting. It is Lou Graham's birthday today.
It is.
Marissa's getting a caller up on the line. Nope. Striking out.
People ain't answering their phones.
No. Hang on a second, Marissa.
It's not that. I think our phones are having problems and we can't dial them.
Oh, wonderful.
All right.
Okay. Well, then
Let's
you know
skip
what?
this one and try another one.
we have to move on.
All right. So that was Master of Puppets.
Yeah.
Master of Puppets from Metallica. Okay. We'll try it again. If we don't get a winner on the text, we'll just, we'll figure it out. All right. I'm going to go to Brian next. Hey, Brian.
Hey, is this Kenny Knight?
Yes.
You're a real cool cat, man.
Watch out for him.
I really know how to play guitar.
Best tasting little morsels
There he
I've
is.
ever had in my life.
All right, Brian, we got a new one for you. You ready?
Yeah, I'm
All right,
ready.
let's try this one and see if you can get it. Here we go. Okay.
But there's a secondary instrument there.
It's a kazoo.
Okay, all right.
Somebody jumping in there with kazoo.
Yeah.
All right.
Flushes it out.
Brian, do you know what song that is?
Master of Puppets, Metallica.
Oh my God.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh,
my
my
God.
God.
And all right, okay, we'll try somebody else. I'll go to Tom. We have Tom F. Hi, Tom.
Hello.
Hi, Tom. All right. Did you hear that last song? Do you need to hear it again?
I heard it. It sounds like a cat dying. I have no idea.
You've got to be kidding me. Okay, thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. I thought.
All right, hold 1 second.
What?
On the text boards, they've got to be getting it. Right?
Yes, they are, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is not, we're not absurd here.
Nope. We'll go to Bill next. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Bill, the last song, did you hear it or do we need to play it again?
I heard it, but I need to hear it again.
You need to hear it again. Okay, hang on a
I'm
second.
not playing it from the beginning. I'm playing it from the chorus.
All right, and he already heard the hook. All right, so it is Bill. Okay, Bill, what song is that?
I have no idea.
Wow!
Oh my God!
Turn in your rock and roll card.
It's a classic.
Thank you, Bill. All
I
right.
had my old diving coach called this the greatest love song of all time.
Really?
Yes.
Love song of all time. That's interesting.
Yep.
All right, Marissa's going to try and call out. She says no dice. It's not happening.
you effing kidding me?
Unfortunately, no. So, all right.
But in good news, Steve, the entire internet shut down over here. So
good.
Yeah, so we can also see the stream. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so we're having problems.
So what do? Do we proceed or do we?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we can still take phone calls.
Can we keep some of the prizes?
We can get all the prizes if we want to.
I mean, because we're getting them right and left. I don't even see what it is, but I know what they are.
Do you want me to try
Give me the
to-
prizes?
No.
Oh.
Since we can't get a caller on the line. Hang on, Marissa. No. All right.
Do you want to go?
She's sending me signals. You want to do 5 callers instead? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand how people aren't getting these. These are.
Well, they are.
These are.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. They're,
On the phone
they're
lines.
obvious.
All right. Let me
do that again. Obvious.
I'll try Dave. See if Dave knows it. Hey, Dave. Dave.
Now the phone
Gabe.
Sorry. Yeah, that's light my fire.
Well, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
All right. Good job.
Where the hell did you go, Dave? We were sitting here for hours waiting for you.
Did you have to go make?
taking a shower.
Oh, you're taking a shower. Okay, you just got out of the shower. Dave, here's what we have for you.
All right, we got a case of Victory Motel Paloma. You've got to try Victory Brewing's Motel Paloma. It is the beer of the summer. Grapefruit, blood orange, tangy lime, super crushable, out now. Victory's Motel Paloma.
So I think besides a couple of hiccups, this is going great.
I know.
Yeah.
This is so good so far. All right. We have a new song set up, and we will go to, let's try Jimbo. Hey, Jimbo.
I love my family.
My family.
All right, Jimbo, we're going to try a fresh one on you, bud. Tune your ears in. I want you to get this, okay?
All right, I'm
All
ready.
right, I'm going to put you on hold. Here's the next one. Go flute yourself. Oh, my God.
Love it.
That one actually hurts my ears.
It does. It's a little too high pitched.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Jimbo.
Can you play it again?
No.
Preston's tinnitus will make his skull explode.
No, you get one shot at it, bud. You don't know.
Guess.
All right. Thank you, buddy. He's out.
It's another very easy song.
Yeah, these are standards.
Yeah, we're not going deep cuts.
We do have deep cuts, but I'm trying to play ones that everybody should be able to get. So, Keith, are you there?
Yep. Good morning, guys.
Good morning,
Morning.
bud. All right, do you want to hear that one again?
I just take a long shot. Could it be Chili Peppers as the artist?
No, at least he guessed.
No, it's not. Sorry, buddy. All right, we'll do one more call. Wait, no, we're going to do 2 more.
Wait, I don't know.
Try and do 5.
There's a 9 more call.
Hi, Brendan.
Hello.
Hello. All right, Brendan, this is Go Flute Yourself. Did you hear that song, or do I need to play it?
Good. Is it More Than a Feeling?
My God, yes! From Boston, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, he got it right.
Hang on, Brendan. Some of these are really overmodulated, and it's hard to hear. But Brendan got it right. More Than a Feeling from Boston.
And I'll tell you, the Twitter, I get the notifications. People are getting it all over Twitter, too. They're nailing them.
Yeah.
All right,
Nailing them.
Brendan, you have won yourself a pair of passes to see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. That's going to be tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at the Regal Warrington, hosted by me. And Marvel's, all right, what are you pointing at here? I got you all set there, Preston. Marvel Studios' Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 opens in U.S. theaters on May 5th. You can text Galaxy to 39333 for a link to win another chance at passes. And if you don't win passes to our advanced screening, you can visit Rothman Roller Rink in Dilworth Park tomorrow. May 3rd. There's too much copy here. From 4 to 6 p.m. for a Guardians of the Galaxy theme skate. That's the last time I'm going to read all of that nonsense.
I'm looking for the park.
Is there a Guardians of the Galaxy? Look, is this the right park?
All right, we have a new one here, guys. I don't want to
quiet everyone.
Get everybody too excited, but we're gonna go to a caller named Bryce.
Bryce.
What if it's Bryce Harper?
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
I think it is.
He's up early.
Do you think someone
It's
let
got to
him
be.
know that we were
Yeah.
playing this game, and that he should call in and try and win some tickets or something?
Well, we're honored.
All right, I'm gonna find out. Hi, Bryce. Good morning.
Hey, Bryce Harper here.
Hey,
We thought so, man.
Bryce Harper, buddy.
Hey, way to come back early, man.
Yeah,
We appreciate
congratulations.
Yeah.
On the recovery. All right, Bryce, you ready to play?
He's humble.
Yes, I am.
All right, hang on a second.
He's blushing.
Here's the new one. Let's play it for you. See if you can get it. Go flute yourself.
I love it.
All right.
Love it.
Let's go back to Bryce Harper. Hi, Bryce.
Yep.
What song is that?
I knew the first two, but I don't know this one.
Oh, I bet you know it.
All right, sorry, Bryce. Got to let you go. Good luck with everything. All right, buddy?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you. All right, next is
Oh my God. Get out of here.
Tom J.
He's got to go to practice.
Hi, Tom.
Awesome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ed.
All right, Tom, we're playing Go Flute Yourself. Did you hear that?
I heard it.
And it is?
Staying alive.
The Bee Gees.
Dude, you just beat Bryce Harper.
All right, hang on, Tom. We're going to set you up, bud. Here's what we have for you.
You have a pair of tickets for the Golden Gloves National Championships May 8th through the 13th at Harrah's Casino. You can visit pagoldenGloves.com for tickets. Sponsored by United Association and Sprinkler Fitters 669 and 692. And by the way, Buster Douglas and Michael Spinks will be on the show on Monday morning.
Awesome.
Gonna be a real knockout.
Let's go to another caller. Go flute yourself, and it's Sandy that we're going to play with. Hi there, Sandy. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Sandy. You think you can get it?
I think it's Staying Alive.
Oh, well, that was the last one.
Hang on. Oh, no. Stop it.
We're doing a new one, Sandy. We got
already
a winner last time.
We already got a winner for that
Oh,
one.
shoot. Okay.
No problem. No, that's good.
I
That's
was just
good.
wondering what your confidence level was going into this.
I didn't hear it, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
I don't know. Play it for me, a-hole, and then I'll tell you if I can get it or not.
I got an idea, monkey.
Sandy, hang on a second. We're going to play this next one for you. Here we go.
Wow. That one I can't get. Oh. Now I got it.
Uh-huh.
We'll go to Sandy again. Hi there, Sandy.
Hi.
All right, what song is that? You know it, don't you?
You got the last one. You can get this.
I mean, was it?
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Take a guess.
Just say something.
Say
Was
words.
it?
You've done that twice now.
How about?
Is it? Bye-bye, Sandy. Sorry. Nope, time's up. It's all good. Thank you, though. All right, we'll go next to Chris. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Preston, what did the drummer name his twin daughters?
And a 1 and a 2. Thank you.
It's a good one.
That is a good one.
You cannot argue with dad joke.
Chris, do you need to hear it again?
Never gonna give you up.
Yes, Rick Astley. Hang on a second, bud.
Rick rolled.
All right, Rick, you won yourself a case of Victory Motel Paloma. You've got to try Victory Brewing's Motel Paloma. It is the beer of the summer. Grapefruit, blood orange, tangy lime, super crushable, and out now. Victory's Motel Paloma.
Okay, so let's do this one next, and we'll get a caller, a fresh one, to go at it, and it's Debbie, who we will chat with. Hi there, Debbie.
Hey, what's up? You guys rock.
Oh, thank you, Debbie. So we're playing Go Flute Yourself, and we're going to try a new one out. This is a brand new one. You ready?
Yes.
All right, I'll put you on hold.
Come on.
Play the clip. See if you can get this one. Would they stop?
Yeah.
Oh, that was it?
Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
Now they got a big chunk of the actual song in that.
It did. So, Debbie, what song is that?
God Bless the Rains, Toto, Africa.
You kept talking and you got it.
Yes, that is correct, Debbie. Hang on a second. And it's not God Bless the Rain.
What is it?
I drank the rain.
No, it's I Faced the Rains Down in Africa. Did you think it was God Bless the Rain?
Well, when she said it, I was like, yeah, that's what the words are. I don't
God
really
bless
know.
that rain.
All right, you want a
We're
case
very
of
parched.
Victory Paloma, Motel Paloma, that is, and you've got to try Victory Brewing's Motel Paloma. It is the beer of the summer. Grapefruit, blood orange, tangy lime, super crushable, and it's out now. Victory's Motel Paloma.
I want to make sure I'm right about that.
God bless the rains down in
I think it's I Faced the Rains Down in Africa.
I have no idea. I don't sing that word. Just sing after.
I always sung it as I met Claude Rains when I was in Africa.
Oh, you always just go down in Africa.
Yeah.
All right, we'll try out another one. Let me see here. 'Tis Ted that we will go to. Hey, Ted, good morning.
Well, I'll give you a good one. We're reading the lyrics now, Ted. And
It says, I bless the rains down in Africa. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it is. I bless the rains down in Africa. I've been the wrong one all these years.
Who's
How
the
do you
boss
bless
now, dog?
How do you bless the rains?
I think that you say, bless the rains for keeping our crops moist. Agaga.
All right.
Puta.
Ted, we have a new one. You ready?
I think so.
All right, here we go. Oh, I don't even know which one we're doing.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, here we go.
Bro.
Here's the next one. Okay. We'll go to Ted.
It's beautiful.
See if I'm playing about 30 seconds of it.
Yeah.
Hi, Ted.
I think it's All Star.
That is correct. Yes. From Smash Mouth.
There was a time we could not escape that song.
Yes. All right, Ted, we got a prize for you. Here we go.
Ted, you have won our last case of Victory Motel Paloma. You got to try Victory Brewing's Motel Paloma. It is the beer of the summer. Grapefruit, blood orange, tangy lime, super crushable, and it's out now. Victory's Motel Paloma.
All right, Case, I like this one next.
Got you.
We only have time for one or two more. And then we got to wrap because we got Big Jay Oakerson joining us. We'll go to Brian. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy. All right, playing Go Flute Yourself. And we have a new one ready to go. You ready for the challenge?
Give it a try.
All right, hang on. Here is our next one. repeating. I want to hear more of this. Okay. We will now turn to Brian and ask if he knows the answer. Brian, what song is that?
I know the song. I can't. It's
Sing the lyrics in your brain, and you'll give that a shot. I bless the rain.
No.
No. Think. Yeah. Work it in your head. I bet you can get it.
All I can think of is Eye of the Tiger, and it's not.
No. Sorry, buddy. Incorrect. We will go over to Bill and try one out. Bill, are you there?
I am here.
Bill, did...
Wait.
So, Bill, did you hear it?
Yes, I did.
And do you know the song?
Yes, I do. It is the final countdown.
Damn right it is. Yep. All right, Case, what do we have for Bill?
All right, for Bill, you have a pair of passes. And by the way, yesterday's Hurdle, you know what Hurdle is? It's
Yes.
that musical like Wordle.
Yes, it is.
It was that song.
Really?
And it took me 5 to get it because I didn't know. Here, if you remember, I'll play the beginning for you because the beginning, I was like, what is this? Like that? I'm like, I don't know what this is.
Oh, right. I see.
And it wasn't until that I was like, oh man, it took me 5 tries to get it. So anyway, Bill won a pair of passes to see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. That is going to be tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at the Regal Warrington. It's going to be hosted by myself. Marvel Studios Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 opens in U.S. theaters on May 5th. And you can text GALAXY, GALAXY, to 39333 for the link to win another chance to win passes to that screening.
All right, Case, this last one on the list right here. Let's do that.
Okay,
All
got
right,
you.
and this will be our final one. Do it now.
Yeah.
All right.
Play the game of the flutes.
We will go to Brittany. Hi, Brittany.
Hello.
All right, Brittany, we have one final song for Go Flute Yourself. You ready for this?
Yeah.
All right, I'll put you on hold and hit it right here. They've got a few different things going
there's
on in
a
there.
little like kind of a fart thing. Yeah.
All right, Brittany. What song is that?
This is harder than I thought it would be.
It's a pretty easy one.
I feel like I've heard it in a movie.
You have, but it's not. Well, you probably have, but think. Go to the dark side.
I'm calling it.
Okay,
We tried, Brittany. We
Sorry,
tried.
Brittany. All right, we'll go to James. Hi there, James.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, James, we just played one. Did you hear it?
I think so.
And what is it?
Might it be Sharp Dressed Man?
It might be, and it is. Yes, absolutely correct. All right, hang on a second, James. Here's what we got for you.
You won a pair of passes to see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 tomorrow night, 7 p.m., Regal Warrington. I'll be hosting that screening. Marvel Studios Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 opens in U.S. theaters on May 5th. Text GALAXY to 39333 for the link to another chance to win passes.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad we played that. We got rid of a bunch of stuff that we needed to pass along to you.
Sputtering start, but then it finally kicked into gear.
Most definitely. And we have more things to give out as well throughout the course of the morning. So we're going to take a break now. We're going to come back in a second. Big Jay Oakerson on the program. When we return, he's got a new comedy special out on YouTube. We'll talk to him when we return.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
Congratulations. It might end up in a murder-suicide.
I'm Keith Morrison. It started with an I Do barbecue and ended with Where'd You Bury the Body?
I love it.
Yeah. Claire is in the studio, about ready to take over for the day.
It's a miracle.
It is a miracle.
It is a miracle.
Every day's a miracle.
Every day's a miracle. Rodney brought me coffee this morning.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Rodney's the man.
If Rodney isn't the greatest already, he, on his way in, found some wonderful coffee for me and brought it in.
I have a Superman statue that I'm going to give Rodney. There's one statue that has not ported over to my office. So I said, if anybody around here deserves the Superman statue, it's Rodney.
I would agree.
Yeah.
You need more figurines and statues.
I have space now, and they will be coming. They are ordered and on their way. In fact, one should be arriving at the house today.
Yeah. Claire, God bless her.
She really is a saint.
She is a saint.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she said, no more in this house. Send them to the office.
Absolutely. Work it is.
Are there pictures of the assortment?
Yeah, in the house. But there's still room in the house.
No, I mean up online, though.
Oh, yeah.
So that people can see how many Batman, Superman, other figurines you have.
Just go to our Instagram page.
Yeah. We posted yesterday. There's more on the way.
Yeah, so this is just beginning, but mostly featuring Batman and Iron Man.
Right. Okay.
Right now, I have to decorate properly.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a miracle.
There you go. There's a picture of it in the studio right now.
Oh, this is the new office.
Yes,
too, right?
yeah.
Yep. We just moved in the other day.
So there's huge spaces where people would put books and tapes and various recording instruments, but Steve has used they're 5 feet high statues.
Yeah.
And
they're not 5 feet high.
All right. They're 4.5 feet high.
4.5 feet. Yeah.
And the Iron Man gets a giant Iron Man head.
That's a 1-to-1 scale Iron Man head.
Wow.
I'm so glad listen, it looks good. You've organized it so nicely. I am proud of you. But I'm glad there's a buffer between me and you.
Yeah, that buffer is Nick.
It's Nick.
Yeah.
I've started to straighten up my area.
You have. It's
and my collections are coming too. So I have display area finally. So I'm going to put some of my stuff up.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm going to do the swords.
Really?
Yeah.
No, we threw the swords out.
No, I have a couple of swords. There's one like the Philadelphia Pipe and Drums brought us this really cool. It's engraved and everything. So that's for the show. I need to find somewhere for that. But I have other collections that I'm going to bring and display.
Are we going to do that thing that we were talking about? That one idea where we were floating?
We got to
around?
do that. Yeah, we'll hopefully get to that soon.
Okay,
that's an idea, and we'll get to it.
Yeah. We're not going to reveal what it is.
We're going to put a chopping board in the middle of the room and hang our pots and pans from the ceiling.
No, that's Kathy's sections, along with the doilies and the Martha Stewart tribute area.
You know what? I've always wanted that. I've never had a setup where I can hang my pots and pans from like a ceiling setup.
I like that look. My wife doesn't like it, so we didn't get it.
Here's why I do like it. It looks great. But you can't use the pots because once there's a stain and you hang it up, now it looks ridiculous.
Shut up.
I'm just saying that's when it doesn't look
Once there's a
good.
stain,
That's why
that shows that that's a working kitchen.
Which is
There
fine.
would
but
never
then
be a stain if it was me because they'd never be used.
Me neither.
There you go.
That's why I always wanted it.
It would work in your house.
Yeah.
See, that's why we should live together.
That's why we are married but stay apart.
Right. Forever.
I mean, you can't have sex all the time.
Well, exactly.
No, it's the perfect marriage. We don't live together and we don't have to have sex.
Yeah, you just love each other and then leave it at that.
We just love each other, and that's all
Kathy,
there is to it.
had she not met Dennis, she would have been married to a prisoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It'd be the perfect thing. What are you in for murder? Love it.
Right each other.
Yeah.
I didn't give away whatever it was I had yesterday.
You didn't?
So whatever that is.
It was a turkey.
It was a turkey.
We'll give it away today.
It was and pounds of steak.
And
so,
pounds of steak.
Yeah, not just a pound. Several pounds of steak.
I would like 7 pounds of steak.
7 pounds of steak. You got it, Buster. Step right up to Pierre's Butcher Shop. I got all the blood you need.
You should get for Halloween 1 year. You should go as a butcher, like with blood splattered, apron and everything. That'd be perfect.
A vegetarian butcher with all the zucchinis hanging from.
Yes, and mangled tofu hanging from my locks.
Mangled tofu hanging from your locks.
Mangled tofu would be like dreadlocks, but tofu locks.
Yeah,
I like it.
All right,
Actually,
we're cooking with gas now, mustard.
Oh my God!
Please welcome the one and only Mr. John Travolta to our studio. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Nice to see you.
You sound good.
Thank you. I feel good. I feel very good. You know what? As I was introducing you, and I said, "Welcome to Philadelphia." You shot a film here in Philadelphia.
I did. I shot Blowout.
Yeah,
which is a Brian De Palma great movie.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
So this movie, we want to talk about The Fanatic, which is I actually I started watching it. I wanted to go into it cold, and it's a big departure for the kind of roles that you play. It's a horror suspense, but it also takes a peek inside the world of TMZ and fandom run Fanatical. And your character is very unique. And from what I understand, the character was written with you in mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was. Fred Durst from the Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
He wrote it, and he directed it. And I will say that he is quite inspired as a director and as an actor even.
Right.
And he helped quite a bit. He would improvise with me prior to the takes, and he designed this character, and I understood it because I am a fan. I'm a fan as much as we all are. And I think if you don't understand that, whether it's sports or whether it's the arts or icons or whomever you admire, you can't do this kind of role.
It's funny because John, because I collect things. I'm a massive movie fan. I'm a huge fan of yours as well. And there's something that, and it's your character exemplifies in the movies. Well, just to be able to get the tactile sensation of touching something that a celebrity or there's this bizarre thing. I remember it's odd, as I was watching the movie, I was thinking the story that Gene Siskel of Siskel and Ebert, it was very important for him to own the white suit that you wore on Saturday
That's
night.
Correct.
And he owned that. It was a holy grail for him.
Yes,
so
and then Jane Fonda bought it.
Right. So
you're completely correct. But this particular guy, this character I play, is he's a man-child. He is maybe a little bit on the spectrum, which explains his irrational behavior. However, that being said, he's picked on and bullied at work, and everyone bullies him, but he's so used to it that he handles it. But when his favorite person in the world bullies him, this movie star, he doesn't know how to handle it. He gets confused. And when he gets confused, he does really odd things. And you'll see in the film that he goes over the line, but so does the movie star.
Yeah, and
the movie star goes over the line equally as well, by torture.
And his inability to pick up on social cues, it takes it down a path where it's like, oh no.
Correct.
And I got to tell you, John, the entire time while watching this movie, I don't think there was a moment where something on my body wasn't clenched.
Yeah.
Whether it was my hands or my mouth or even my butt cheeks. I mean, I was just like, it was tense.
Well, because
the
it's
whole thing.
Nothing times up. The point when you finally get to have this moment with Hunter Dunbar's his name is the character. He has a bad experience, and you just happen to come upon him at that time, and it never syncs up right. So that starts.
That's correct. It's also a movie about bad timing.
Yeah, and then some.
Because if he had just been in the right mood and had his autograph, he would have been over.
Yeah.
But of course, then we wouldn't have had a movie.
Yes.
But what I thought was brilliant was that I loved that your character before all that started to happen. So I almost felt bad, and I was like, well, it's not that bad that he's doing some of these things, But then it progresses into the movie. But you really made me love that character before you found out the other stuff.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted him to be loved because I feel like everyone is a little bit of the character Moose. We all have a little Moose in us. It's just how far do we take it? And if we didn't have Moose in us, how would we be, ourselves to create an effect on others?
Yeah, I might be in your plane later.
Well, Hunter Devin Sawa, is that the actor who's playing Hunter?
Correct.
Yeah. So again, nobody's all that awesome in this. Everyone's got, even his friends, or quote unquote friends, are not that good as far as friends.
Correct.
And I like that because that's sort of real. But I like also the peek into the side of the people who are out on the street who make money. You're dressing up as a Bobby, to pick up some money, and there are these things going on in that world that sort of, for some reason, Hollywood, when depicted in a seedier fashion, always appeals to me. It's like a Raymond Chandler sort of.
Well, also maybe that's a bit of the truth.
Yeah. But in a way, that's sort of, and that's almost sort of enticing too. That bizarre aspect.
Yeah, I love how L.A. is depicted in this film. I think it's very real and tragic almost.
I thought in watching the movie at first, and now seeing you today, I probably know it's not the case, but I thought maybe you would cut your own hair. For the role?
No, it was really cool because I said, when I loved the script and wanted to do it, I said to Fred Durst, what do we do about how he looks? I mean, the Hawaiian shirt was an obvious kind of choice. There's bad shorts and bad sneakers. and all that. But I said, what about the hair?
Yeah.
And the look. And he said, well, what do you think about mullets? And I said, I don't know. It's overdone. And he said, well, there's a lot of different kinds. Would you care to look? So I looked on the internet, about 100 different types, and boom, suddenly there was this dude, with the exact haircut Moose has, with glasses. And I texted it to Fred, and I said, I found the look. I found it. And he said, I agree. This is the right way to go.
I have to tell you, I was at it, and when I saw this character of Moose, I've told you guys this story. I was at a convention one time, one of these conventions. I am a real fan like this, not Moose level, and Adam West was there, the original Batman.
Man,
so everyone's
Adam
there.
West.
There was a guy who looks exactly like your character in this knapsack, the whole thing, the backpack. With about 50 cans of Fresca in that thing, and that same sort of delivery, and you work on this character with that, Mr. West, and he's sort of that thing, and so your heart sort of that this is not just a hobby, it's his life.
And there is a difference. There's the professional fan that usurps signatures and sells them,
right?
And then there's the guy that ain't selling nothing, and is going to keep it, and that's Moose. Moose is not getting rid of any of his memorabilia at all. So how do you detect the difference? I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely there is a difference.
And you're known to be fan friendly. When the opportunity is right and that person does approach you
respectfully.
Respectfully. Do you know what you're giving them? I would think, this is a very special moment for them.
Absolutely. And I grew up being a fan, so I understood.
Right.
And I remember a very famous movie star who will remain nameless, but he kind of, just discarded my this is before I was famous. And I decided that if I ever became famous, I would never do that. So I lived by that motto, But again, how do you navigate the line of privacy? And
it is a tough line because, and again, with people who approach you, and we always think in that. Listen, we're on local radio, but whatever the stories, if somebody comes up. It's every time the edict is you shake hands, you say hi, you do the deal because that's an important thing, and sometimes as what happens with Hunter, the star in this, he lets his life cloud his remembering because it starts off with a quote from him: "I'm nothing without my fans," but he doesn't abide by that.
Well, sometimes there are good people that are bad celebrities.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Right.
So my cure to that always has been don't go out unless you're in the mood for it.
That's good. Good rule. Yeah.
Are you in the frame of mind if you go out to dinner to be interrupted, bothered, whatever, take pictures? And if you are, go out.
Yeah.
If you're not, that's just part of the very small price you pay for this glorious life that we have.
Well, case in point, in 1996, you met a nice 21-year-old young man in Beverly Hills, California, and I had a job at the time where I was driving around cars for Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Beverly Hills, and I saw you, and the only thing that I could think to say was, "Oh my God, that's John Travolta."
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Our next guest, one of our friends. Love having him on anytime. He's got Philly roots, and you should definitely see his new comedy special, which is available on YouTube.
That's right.
And it is called Dog Belly. Here we go, gang. The one and only Big Jay Oakerson. Good morning, Jay.
What's up, gang?
Hey, man, it's good to see you. We're doing this via Zoom, by the way, so we've got visuals here if you're streaming. Nice to see you, man, wearing your Eagles hat. Always nice.
Yeah. Hey, Kath. Can you
Hi.
put a little more emotion into that traffic? Or
I'm
what's it
sorry.
so cold?
Was it?
It is kind of callous, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just cold. What if you're giving people terrible news? You're like, terrible. 35-minute delays. Give a little emotional sympathy. Sorry if you got to go to work over on Evesham Road because it's a mess over there.
I think that's actually a good idea. Add a little drama to it. Might make people feel that they're being heard out there. Is that what you're saying, Jay?
Yes, that's right. It just gives it's like, hey, your day's ruined. Hey, you're gonna be late for work.
Right.
It was like the other day, they thought I said, I didn't. I don't know what I said, but they thought I said in the goddamn traffic. So that turned into a little bit of a thing. So I can maybe do that for you.
Are you ever, what's an occupational hazard of being late for work if you're a comedian? Does that ever happen, Jay? You ever show up late for shows? I'll bet you don't.
No. If you show up, especially on the road, if you show up late, it means you've missed a flight. Everything's upended by that point.
Right. Yeah. You're screwed. I love this model with the more and more people doing the YouTube specials, and I like this aspect of it, that you wanted to sort of say, okay, whatever your financial situation, if you'd like to donate, great. If not. And there'll be a show that I'll watch on YouTube where somebody has a one-off or an interview or whatever, Jay, and you have the option to donate. And I find that if I really enjoyed it or whatever, I'm moved to send some money. Has anyone else that you know used this model for a special like this? And how does it work? Does it yield usually more or less than what is expected?
Significantly less. And,
oh, well, there goes my theory.
No, it's nice. It's I wouldn't have done it. Ari Shafir, who of course helped me executive produce this with me, I was able to put in the comments that I think it's tacky to ask for money like that.
Yes.
But Ari Shafir says I have to.
Okay.
So he made me do it.
I think it's a cool idea, and so when you watch, if obviously people are going to love it, and donate a little bit. But Ari directs as well, does he not?
No, Eric Abrams directed it, but Ari was involved in every possible way he could be.
I got you.
It was pretty amazing. Yeah, the money donation is such a funny thing too, because I'm surprised anyone's done it, because I wouldn't.
Right. Well, Jay, let me ask you.
If they're like, it's free, but you could pay for it, I'll be like, somebody could.
Well, at a certain point, you'll make money off of it through advertising through YouTube ads, right?
The ultimate goal is you make money through ticket sales when more people kind of find out about it. That's the ultimate goal of it. Casey, what are we doing wearing all this Eagles stuff when it's Sixers season, bro?
Well, no, I'm wearing a Delco thing right now. Oh my God. Well, because I couldn't wear green yesterday because they were playing the Celtics.
Wait a minute! I thought you stopped doing that,
dude. It got even worse, Preston. So Jay,
you hung a complete 180.
I know. I have an illness, but so I picked my daughter up from track practice last night. We're going home, and I'm like, listen, we need to get ice cream because my other daughter wanted ice cream. I said we can get anything except for mint chocolate chip. She's like, why not? I go, because it's green and the Sixers are playing the Celtics.
Okay, so.
You're raising kids right. You're doing good parenting.
Right. Jay, after the Super Bowl, Casey vowed he was going to stop this.
Because it's insanity.
Yeah.
I don't like living this way, right?
Well, listen, you're a passionate fan, Jay. Obviously, do you employ? I know we've talked to you about this sort of stuff before, but what's your level of superstition?
Oh, it's crazy. I went around yesterday afternoon and smashed all the green lights in town in New York.
And look what happened.
Caused quite a traffic mix-up. Kathy could have used you out here.
Jay, one of the last times I saw you in person was at a Sixers playoff game last year, and which was really cool. I think it was Embiid's first game back. Obviously, he didn't play last night. I love seeing, and back me up on this, how excited Knicks fans get knowing that their team is probably not going to advance anyway. It's really enjoyable for me to see Knicks fans get excited and then watch the Knicks lose.
Yeah. They really thought they were going to do it. It's they basically made a cakewalk for the Heat. Oh, it's frustrating. Is that they're playing the Heat, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's living in New York, it's always short-lived here. Nothing ever goes really, really good.
I would tell you this, for years, I was born and raised in New York, and I as I said many times before, it's sort of this split that always goes, because there's so many teams that I never felt the level of at least fandom and focus that I feel down here. And as I said before many times, you get what you get, and you got to stick with it. And that's really it. And I think that generates a purer fan. Do you agree?
No, it very much does. The problem in New York's all 85% of the tickets sold are guys with tucked-in suit shirts and stuff. It's corporate.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah,
it's all corporate. You can go to a Giants game. I've done this before. I'm not even allowed a smack talker at games. But I was inspired to at a Giants game, Giants-Eagles, because no one there's talking smack, because everyone's there hosting Japanese businessmen they brought into town or something. No one really cares that much.
True.
Well, I would love to hear what your smack talk is like, because I got to tell you, your crowd work is second to none. There are a lot of comedians out there that I enjoy their crowd work. Like Mark Neumann, I think, is really good, he's getting quicker, and he's pretty dialed in with a lot of current events and stuff like that. But I just love how you work with the crowd. But what I really love is I don't necessarily know if any of it is like pre-planned, pre-written jokes, or if it's just all off the cuff.
Yeah, no, the crowd work's all off the cuff always, yeah.
So, like,
For
is
sure.
it great when a guy's chair just happens to break and he falls on the ground in the middle of your set?
Yeah, that was a real gift from God. It was also a real self-reflective moment in my life.
Explain what happened for those who are unaware.
During the show, I had the beautiful by chance situation of a large man. I just watched slowly his head silhouette just slowly went down and never popped back up. And then I realized during the show that his chair had broke under his weight. And because he was such a wonderful fan and completely yelled at by Ari Shaffir to not make any kind of like disturbance during the show, that he was going to just accept sitting Indian style.
Oh, my goodness.
On a broken chair on the floor.
Wow.
While people stared at him. And then it could have just been a quiet thing that was resolved on its own, but I drew a lot of light to it. And then it was a real confusing emotional time for me, because my biggest nightmare would be that a chair breaks and everybody knows.
Right.
And this guy's chair break, and I assured that everybody knew.
You delivered your own nightmare to him.
Yeah, exactly. I am your evil thing. I'm your ring.
Wow.
That's great. That's great. So, well, I do see, and I don't know, I was asking Casey before we were coming on, the Crowd Ultra Awards Best Live Comic of 2023. Has that taken place yet, or you were nominated, and did you win that?
They said I won, but I only found out in that article that also had a lot of bad information about the special.
Yeah, there's all sorts of weird stuff that I'm like, you can never trust what you're reading a lot of these
What
things.
is this thing?
So I've never heard of the Crowd Ultra Awards Best Live Comic of 2023, but apparently it has some sort of gravitas to it.
I don't know. I haven't received my placard yet.
But that means you that's how you know you won. You get a plaque.
Yeah. Next year I'm going for an honorary doctorate from Temple. We'll just give those out to molesters even.
Why not?
You could hang it up on the wall behind you. You got a lot of stuff back there. I'm trying to figure out, and for anybody watching on the YouTube stream, you have a giant C on your wall. I can't figure out what the C is for.
Christine, my girlfriend,
Okay.
she hung that
All
up there.
There you go.
She really took dominating stake over the little studio area here.
Is this your area? I mean, you can kind of you have free reign over this room.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff over there. I don't know if you see here. That's a high society porno magazine that's featuring a naked Barbara Streisand.
Wow.
I didn't even know that happened.
He was in high society. I had no idea.
Yeah.
And
High Society. That was one of the several porno magazines I would collect as a young boy.
Yeah, like We.
Oh,
Gallery.
absolutely. And then there were
We magazine. I always say this. I don't think I've told this in the show before. When I was young, my mom had me pretty young. So she was a young mom, and she was a size like 0 with big, huge Jewish boobs. And when she would walk around when I was younger with this T-shirt tucked in all the time, that was just, stretched out across her torso. The We OUI, We with the trademark on it. So I found out, of course, when I was a teenager, that the shirt she's been wearing my whole life is We Magazine, and I asked her about it.
Oh no!
And she said, "Oh yeah, when I was younger, they asked me if I would like pose for the magazine." And I thought about it for a while because they said it would only be in France, I think, or Europe.
That old ploy.
She said, I thought about it, but when it came down to it, I was worried about your grandparents ever finding out, and so I didn't do it. And then I was like, and then they just gave you the shirt? That doesn't sound right.
Right?
Sounds like the shirt's what they throw you when you're done.
Yeah.
Just to clean yourself up. Even if it fits, you can keep it.
So have we determined if she actually followed through at any level or no?
Well, she's if I'd like to believe she's been lying about it for years, and yes, there is pornography of my mother somewhere overseas.
What was the other one? Cherry? Is that another one?
Cherry was one. Yeah.
Cherry.
All right, hang
Those
on.
were all similar. They weren't quite hustler level, but they were close.
But Jay, if you came to find out that your mother did indeed pose topless for this magazine, would you want to see the picture?
I'd take a peek, see what she was working with.
Oh my God.
Yeah, for sure. Working with.
Well, no, but from an objective level.
I know. Yeah. I mean,
Might answer some questions about your own personality. You never know.
Very possible.
Although
I had a single mom growing up for a long time too, so I got far too much naked shots of my mom.
Let me ask
She was
you.
pretty comfortable about it.
So she's a looker, and this happened with me. My mother, had entered a couple of beauty things, and she passed when I was younger. But when I would walk around when I was a teenager, and I had girlfriends, people would report back to my girlfriend at the time that I was out with a blonde, and it was my mom. And did you ever have a similar situation?
No, it strikes me that I didn't think about it when I was younger, but people were always okay to come to my house, and I assume that's because my mom was in her 20s with massive cans.
Right.
That certainly helps. Now you can get the kids happy because you make some good cookies when they come by, or you can be a model for We Magazine.
Yeah. When she would walk in with cupcakes for my birthday, I'd be like, man, these boys in my class are pretty stoked on these cupcakes.
God damn, these are great cupcakes. Oh, so she was in her 20s. Wow, man, that's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask.
And she was out there dating. She was dating all right.
Were you the protective son who wouldn't tolerate a lot of these guys if she was dating, or did they have to win you over? No, you were good.
No, I was her fat son. If you got me McDonald's, I'll let you do whatever you want in that living room. And I kind of knew the role. It's like, grab me ice cream and I'll let you do what you want to do. I'm like, and I'll tell you this, she's good to go, bro.
Oh my God! Wow,
you were a McDonald's pimp.
Yeah. My stepfather's and mother's story of meeting is a crazy my mom dating a bunch story. She used to go to. Do you guys remember Carney's in Philly by any chance?
No, there was a Carney's down in Cape May.
Carney's was a club. It's pretty much across the street from where you guys are now on City Line.
City Line, really?
It's like the lobby of something. It's like a chiropractic office.
Like Pecan?
Yes.
Really?
Exactly where that is. You're right there. Yeah. It was a little a club called Carney. And my mom used to go on ladies' night Wednesday nights. And I guess she had met my stepfather there one night, brought him home. What a piece of garbage. She brought him home. As I say it back now, it makes me angry. Brought this guy home. Sure, he's been my stepfather for 30 years, but she brought him home. That night, I was gone.
Okay.
I was staying at my grandmother's house a couple blocks away. And while she was, he came upstairs to the house. Christ only knows what was going on. But then a few things happened. My mom used to also hang out with a couple of police officers.
Okay.
Listen, she was a single mom. She had to keep us safe. She got to throw it around to keep a little extra protection on the house. Why not?
Oh, my God.
So this police officer used to hang out. His signal that he was going to ring the bell, I guess, was he'd shine the light into the window.
Okay.
We were on the top floor of a apartment, a duplex, and he would shine the light in and then ring the doorbell a few minutes later. I guess so he would do that to not worry her. Or almost
get ready.
It's me.
Clean yourself
Get ready.
up. Yeah.
I got McDonald's in one hand and condoms in the other.
So he'd shine the light from the car. He'd use that.
You got 3 minutes to get soaked. So he shined the light, and I guess in the time he shined the light to parking, he got a call. He didn't come over, and my mom was going to ignore the bell anyway because my to-be new stepfather was over.
Oh.
And look, say what you will about her promiscuities, She's a one guy at a time gal.
Yeah.
At least in the continental U.S. I've heard some stories about the Bahamas that make me question things. But
You
while
don't know.
you don't know. But while, so he didn't answer. And then the doorbell did ring because another guy she went on a date with also happened to show up.
Wow.
On the same night. My poor step-pop to be is probably just trying to get some, get the business going. And now everything's nonstop. He's got to be. This lady's really got a real kiosk here of entertainment. Everyone's coming by. The person who's ringing the doorbell now is a guy she went on one date with, who I guess was a raging alcoholic.
Nice.
And he came over and just rang the bell late night. She didn't answer again because she thought it was the police officer, and she was with my stepfather. Eventually, they heard a smash of a window. And this guy, who she went on one date with, who was out of his mind, punched through the window pane of the door.
Oh, wow.
Sliced his arm to pieces.
Whoa.
Bled the whole way up the 3 flights of stairs. And then, my mom, they opened the door, and then they had to, patch this guy up. And
wow.
The police and ambulance were called, and they ended up taking the guy to the hospital.
Hey, did that same cop show up when she called the police?
No. I know, right? They wink at each other.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. Your mother and your soon-to-be stepfather are sharing a quiet evening upstairs watching Barnaby Jones or whatever, and this guy punches through the glass and comes out bleeding. And this is the first date your mom has had with your stepfather.
It's not even a date. They pulled him out of a club, a dance club.
Pulled him out.
It was a pure hookup.
Okay. Wow.
So my stepfather, being cool, they patched the guy up as best they can and call the ambulance, and they said they take the guy away, and it's all settled down. Did my mom still do something with him afterwards? Probably. But I know that I came home. This is my first meeting of my stepfather, who I love, has been my family now forever.
Sure.
I have 3 siblings, with him and my mom. And I remember coming home, seeing the busted window, following a trail of dried blood up the stairs, and then opening the door to my stepfather wearing a tank top and jeans, smoking a cigarette in the living room. And he just goes, "Sup?" That was Joe. He's 27 years old.
Wow.
That is wild, man. Yeah. Wow. That's a great. Well, listen, it's not a provincial Brady Bunch story, but it's pretty badass.
When did you get the whole story?
It worked out enough that my mom doesn't come off like a complete whorebird.
When did you get this whole story? You didn't get it that day.
That day.
Did you really?
Wow.
Well, you have to explain the dried blood. She was only can concoct so many stories of the different things that had to go on.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It'd also be more terrifying if she was like a psychomaniac broke in and we, don't worry, we thwarted it.
We're not safe here. So, but with you as a mom, was she more liberal, or was there an element of a conservative approach to being a mom to you? What was her parenting style?
When she was young, it was, but not liberal was the wrong. We were just broke.
Yeah.
And she was very young, so I stayed a lot at my grandparents' house, which kind of gave me some
structure,
day-to-day structure and stability.
Oh, wow.
Like my mom's house, we had a lot of spaghetti with butter. But at mom's house, there would be an omelet with a happy face of ketchup on it, and a glass of orange juice and a glass of milk, a sweet and low packet with my Rice Krispies. So it was either we were living at my mom's house, we would literally scrape through the couch cushions to find change to order food, and at my grandmother's house, I'm sitting like a little bitchy prince boy. Where's my orange juice cup?
That's wild.
Why is this smiley face not smiley enough on my omelet?
And just blocks apart.
Yeah, 2 blocks apart.
That's crazy.
If you're just jumping in, Big J's on with us. He's got a new special, Dog Belly, which is out on YouTube, so make sure you check that out when you get the opportunity. I know you guys talk. I didn't hear it yet, but on Legion of Skanks, you guys had a chance to dive into the Bam Margera story a little bit. I didn't know if you knew him, it seems like you guys might semi-run in some of the same circles. Do you know Bam?
No, me and Ron Bennington got to interview him at that Philly Comic-Con a few years ago.
Yeah.
And I could see that was the beginning already of like, I was like, wow, Bam Margera's put on weight. That's strange. And I was like, oh, man, Bam Margera talks a mile a minute. That's strange. Bam Margera's not really listening when we're talking and just kind of staring off. That's odd. And then I saw the beginning kind of all the problems sort of unfolding. It's a bummer. Have you guys had him on the show before?
Oh, dude, for years.
He's a friend of the show.
25 years we've been talking to Bam, yeah.
Really? That's a shame. He's just it's in a bad place. I know Steve-O, oddly, pretty well.
Yeah, and he reeled it in, got it together, tried to help out Bam, and we were like, we thought for sure if anybody could enlighten him or bring him around, that it would be Steve-O.
You know, it's Artie Lang, dare I say, I have the same thing for where I see somebody in like all this kind of trouble and a little bit of self-imposed like stuff they're doing, but I feel like this weird sympathy and sadness and understanding of like depression and
I get it,
loss and all this stuff. But then there also comes a point like Artie Lang, same thing. I had to get to a point where I was like, I don't know. I think more than he's bummed about whatever he's bummed about, I think he likes heroin more than that. So I think it's become that. And same thing with Bam. It's like you feel for him because a bunch of crazy things, but pull it together. You're an adult.
Can I ask you, sorry, so concerning Artie Lang, and we were just talking about this because we had Artie in on the show, and I've always been a big fan, and he had the cartilage in his nose collapse and all that stuff, and it seemed like there was a point where he was cutting himself to bleed out to sort of get the effects of what it was like to be high. It was his book.
That's
heroin.
not true.
Oh,
that's
was it?
No, I'll tell you this is
yeah, please, because that's in the book.
I know, but so me and you may have made the same mistake here. So when I was working with Artie a decent amount, I was a big admirer of Artie, and I left him on Stern and everything. So I was excited to start working with him, and I did a few gigs with him opening. He was so generous and sweet, just a great guy, and I was having a great time. Very shortly, like after I started doing that, is when he did this. He cut himself. 9 times he stabbed himself in an attempt to kill himself, it seemed. And it was sad and very depressing for me because I felt this kind of kinship to him, and it bummed me out. And then he came back, whatever it was, a year or two later, kind of jumped back into the scene in New York. And I would see him, and then we didn't really talk about it at all. It was like in the press,
right?
Some of the stuff, but me and him didn't talk about it personally. I didn't know how to bridge the conversation. So his book came out not long after that, where he tells the story, and he tells the story of stabbing himself very early in the book, surprisingly early, I thought. Like the 3rd or 4th chapter was this whole story. And something about that he describes him being in such a state of psychosis that he was just trying to bleed out a little bit to like be tired. He wanted to go to sleep because he was paranoid and going through all these delusions that he thought maybe if he bled out that he would somehow like fall asleep and get this over with, and this feeling over with. And that made me happy in some way to be like, oh, you know what? It wasn't that I didn't see a guy who was like that desperate and trying to kill himself.
Right.
It made me feel, I was like, oh, good. It was just like a psychosis. It wasn't like a wanting to die. And that made me happy in some way. So one day I was, I had maybe a few more pages left to read of this book. And
It's Crash and Burn, right? That's the name of the book? Yeah.
I see him at the Comedy Cellar one night, and I'm the first time I feel like the kind of the gumption to talk to him about this, because I thought it was good news. And I was like, hey, Artie, I just like reading the book. I said, I'm tearing through it. I got a few more pages left. And I say, I was actually very happy to read, man, that like what you did was kind of like more like drug-induced psychosis than like a sad desperation, like, like suicidal desperation. I was really, really happy to read that. And he goes, yeah, you didn't finish the book yet? And I go, nah, just a few more pages. And he was like, why'd you stop there? With like 3 pages left. And I was like, I was just, when I finished taking a dump this morning, I think I'll catch the rest tomorrow. And he goes, you should read the whole thing. And I went home kind of like, well, that was weird. And I read, and of course, like the last 3 pages, he goes, I lied earlier in this book. On that day, I was definitely trying to kill myself.
Wow.
And yeah. He wrote a head fake into his own book.
I read the book. I completely missed that part.
Yeah, the very last few pages goes, I was lying. I was trying to kill myself.
Jesus. Well, so Bam, the issue with Bam, and to Preston's point, knowing him all these years, when Ryan Dunn died, it was a massive hit on him. And then he said it. We all know it. He's bipolar, at least at some level, and has been having to deal with that. But we've been wondering if like a David Crosby incarceration sort of thing is the only way. I don't think you can do a lot of these facilities. Like Lamar Odom has reached out. He's apparently has treatment facilities. I don't think anything on that level where you can sort of check yourself out is going to get it done.
No, it's not. Yeah, like he can't do it on his own at this point. Are we all surprised, though, how much he is looking like his father? You never saw that coming.
And that was always something that he was
fearful of. Yeah,
fearful of.
Someone told me that.
Yes.
Someone said that surprisingly, he goes, you wouldn't think that, but they said on breaks from like Jackass when they would not be filming, like he was a guy who was like always doing like crunches and something, just because he was very worried about getting like heavy like that.
It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
also, like the skate and stuff like that, tougher to skate when you have all that extra poundage on and stuff. So, hey,
I've always had the poundage, so I don't know how to skate.
Yeah.
You made your decision. Yeah.
No, but hey, did you ever see that giant? He's a big fat dude who does like springboard diving. Have you seen any of that footage on like TikTok or Instagram or anything like that? Dude's probably pushing 300, doing like 1.5 with full twists and stuff.
No, off diving boards.
Oh, I've seen this dude. He goes to
to see that.
He goes to the trampoline places.
Yeah,
and does it as well.
I've seen that person. Yeah, the trampoline one I've seen.
I think that's the same dude.
Is it the same guy?
I think he's training for those dives.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
It's pretty amazing.
You should have seen me off the diving board.
Were you beautiful? Were you like a young Greg Louganis?
I was like a young, fat, prepubescent Greg Louganis. Yes, as a matter of fact.
But that moniker's been bandied about for years. So, yeah.
Hey, what was your
Greg Louganis of radio?
Yeah. What was your ride home from from the Super Bowl?
I said that was a lesson learned too. Thank God Bert Kreischer paid for every bit of it, or that would have been soul crushing. But it was just like when I left that Game 7 when Ben Simmons passed up the dunk.
Oh my God!
When you leave, it's the same feel. You go and there's so much promise and excitement in the air.
Yeah.
And then you just leave the same way you'd leave any game where they just lost. Like, this sucks. This game's stupid anyway. What do I care so much for? I don't care.
Yeah. Yes.
There you go.
That's
What do I care so much for?
The deflating part of sports and why it is within just seconds it can be just like any other day.
I avoided wearing red for an entire week leading up to the Super Bowl. And what did it
I will say this, though, going into the Super Bowl, I was surprised because it's, both teams are there and also people who just go and a lot of corporate dollars and tickets also. The energy is not as awesome as just going to any Sunday game at the Link.
Really?
Okay.
It's better to be like with all the people that, it's more of a communal event. That feels like you were like going to like a movie premiere or something.
I could see that.
Yeah, but it's also kind of like when you see somebody in basketball that has 5,000 is risk of fouling out. They don't like go as hard because they don't want to foul out. So like when you've spent thousands of dollars on a ticket, you're like, okay, I got to make sure that I remain in these seats the entire time because I don't want to get kicked out for anything silly or stupid. I don't want to get, too crazy.
What was funny at the Super Bowl was, I think because Bert and Shane and Mark Norman are the other three people. Bert took me, Shane, Mark to this event, and what was funny was because those guys performed together so much, several times the three of them were noticed, and the people just thought I was some guy hanging out with them, and that came down. So at one point, a guy was walking up, up to the stairs to go out to the concourse, and he goes by, and he was like, "Oh man," he was like. He's like, Mark Norman, Shane Gillis, Bert Kreischer goes, 3 of the best to ever do it. Then he's fawning over them, which I'm just kind of like, fine. I could just stare forward and not make it a weird thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then about 15 minutes later, he comes back. He's got 3 Bud Light tall boys and definitely a a Michelob Ultra tall boy for himself.
Okay.
That was his choice for sure. And then he goes for the 3 funniest men in the world, and he hands a Bud Light to Bert. He hands one to Shane, and he hands one to Mark. And because I just happened to look over, and I think he just realizes in that moment that I'm with them, he shrugs his shoulders and gives me his Michelob Ultra.
Oh,
He goes,
man.
and here for your slow friend.
Well, memories.
I took it. I drank
Yeah,
it.
of course you did.
I'm like, thank you. I'm their friend.
It's a $30 Mick Ultra at the
There you go.
Super Bowl.
Yeah,
for Christ's sake.
absolutely. Yeah.
Wow. Question, Jay. We're looking at your Instagram. You're going to be in town in November, do I see?
Yes, indeed. Going to be
Nice.
at the live casino.
Oh, excellent.
Very cool.
First time doing it. Yeah, so I'm excited.
That's a good room. It's a really good room, and they're getting more comedy into it. So yeah,
It's a
terrific.
big room, right?
Yeah,
Big.
yeah.
Yeah, it is. And so this whole tour that you're doing, is this a mixture of clubs and theaters, or is this all theaters?
Well, it's kind of all over the place. My own things, like myself, are mostly clubs. Then a couple theaters. We have for the first time ever, Legion of Skanks is doing we're doing a mini tour, 3 cities, New Hampshire, Foxwoods, and the Wilbur Theater in Boston, which is beautiful. I mean, not this week because F the Celtics.
Yeah.
So generally, the Wilbur Theater's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
Actually,
so
I saw a tell at the Wilbur in 5-6 years ago, something like that. It's great old theater. I loved it.
It's a beautiful, beautiful room. Yeah, and I'm going out with me, Tim Dillon, Shane Gillis, and Nick Mullen are doing 2 arenas. We're doing Charleston, South Carolina, but we're doing Hershey, PA, actually, in a couple weeks.
Oh, cool.
That's cool.
That'll be happening at the end of this month.
If you do theater stuff with the Legion of Skanks, do you guys all perform, and do you sit down and sort of
do the podcast?
Oh yeah,
type
we'll
thing?
do the podcast. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
more like interactive, playing with the crowd.
Oh,
and
that's
stuff like
great.
that. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun. We'll do a small like stand-up element to it. But then all of a sudden, I'm doing Burt Kreischer's Fully Loaded tour again this summer. So it's going to be all over the place at these baseball stadiums.
Nice.
It's insane. It's awesome.
All right, well, listen,
It is
brother.
weird.
We got to wrap, but want to point people in the direction of Dog Belly. It's a new Big Jay Oakerson special. It's on YouTube.
You know it's going to be great.
It is great. I watched it. It's awesome.
And
man.
you can and you can throw some money Jay's way if you like. And
You're allowed to.
Yeah.
you're certainly allowed
Do you know what I
to.
also found out about Venmo? You could also request money. So every time I see a large number, it's because someone goes, it'll be like, Tim gave you $20, says great special. So-and-so gave $10. And then it'll be like, Rick has requested $300.
It goes both ways.
It goes both ways.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Love that. Oh, my God, that's the
That
best.
just keeps you level-headed.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I gotta stay grounded.
Yeah.
You're the guy with the Michelob.
Yeah. All right, dude. We'll catch up again soon. It's always great to talk to you, Jay. Thanks
love
for
you
coming on,
guys.
man. We
Thank
love
you
you.
so much.
too, man.
All right, you got a Big Jay Oakerson, guys. And he's the best. And Casey's right. His crowd work is second to none.
Well, you know,
we've seen it. We've seen video of it. We've seen it in person. He just is the best at just going at it on free form.
exactly, because and there's a small cluster of, and there's some very talented people that need to flick a switch. He's funny intrinsically.
Yeah.
He is always
He's
that
got
way.
funny bones,
Yep.
as they say, All right, we will take a break. I want you to have a chance to win some money and tickets. So that's why you're going to stick around, right? Because we have MMR's Concert to Cash coming up at 10 o'clock. We also have an announcement to make around 10 o'clock as well. Bizarre File stories to fill in, all of that, too. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Philly may be less than welcoming. And you went about your day, but you couldn't have been more pleasant. And I've heard countless stories of how kind you are to people, and it's not hard to be nice. And I think people just lose sight of that. It's really easy to just be a decent, nice person to everybody
also,
else.
Let's face it, what you resist, you become. The more you withdraw from it, the worse it gets. So just, own it.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to tell you on the shaved head thing, I endorse it 100%.
You look good.
I spin it. There's a movie that I love of yours. A lot of people are not familiar with it. They should be. It's From Paris with Love.
Oh, hell yeah.
And damn, you are the baddest badass in that movie. Preston, this movie will rock your world.
Okay, I haven't seen
and John is amazing in it. Who's
That's
the
a
director
fun
of that?
movie. That's the guy that did oh gosh, you've tested me now.
Yeah, he's great. He's done a whole bunch of stuff that's similar.
Fantastic.
But did you enjoy making that film?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Because they were demanding stunts and action that I've never, had done before, and I had to do them myself. And I loved the badass character. He was just whatever. He was bold.
Yeah.
Pierre Morel, is that it?
Yes, there's
Pierre
some.
Morel.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I looked it up.
You've
so.
saved me.
What would you prefer, stunts or dancing?
Dancing.
Come on.
Any day.
Well, did Pitbull inspire? Was he?
Yeah, he's my buddy.
He's your buddy. You're in a video of his.
I love my Pitbull. He's. I met him 3 years ago just to reach out and tell him, how much as a fan.
Right.
And then he's such a brilliant entrepreneur. He got thinking about it, and he said, maybe I should put him in one of my videos dancing, because nobody's dancing very much anymore.
Right.
He does, but
Right.
nobody else really. So I thought, well, hell, I'll join him. And
I think Christopher. I'm sorry to interrupt.
that's
I think Christopher Walken has danced in every single movie, even if it's for just a
Tiny
quick
bit.
shuffle step. I think in
Yeah.
every single role he's ever done.
Got a Broadway history.
Yeah.
Music. Yeah,
And you danced with him in Hairspray.
I certainly did.
Yes.
He played my husband.
That's right.
So I wanted to ask you, because you had 3 movies in a row that I really loved of yours, and it started with Wild Hogs. I can't believe I loved it as much as I was laughing out loud.
It's a funny movie.
It is a funny movie. It really is. It surprised me with how funny it was. I don't know if that's a backhanded compliment or whatever, but
No, it's a funny movie, and who would have thought a bunch of old guys in motorcycles would be that funny?
But your character as Edna Turnblatt in Hairspray, and I love that movie. I have songs from that movie in my iPod. You Can't Stop the Beat is a really, really great
That's
song.
great, yeah.
And then followed by Bolt. And speaking of songs,
He's not kidding.
I'm not kidding. I have I Nearly Lost You. It was a duet that you did with Miley Cyrus. I have that on my iPod.
Do you really?
I do. And I thought you sounded great in that. So this is a long diatribe. But what do you prefer, singing or dancing?
I'd still prefer dancing, but I enjoy singing because I did both as an early professional. In order to work in New York, you had to sing, you had to act, you had to dance. 3 chances of getting employment.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed all of them.
Yeah.
But I'm most comfortable dancing, and then probably acting and singing. I just happened to be able to hold a pretty good tune,
Well,
and I had a very high, like almost a high baritone or tenor.
You still do.
Voice, yes.
You still do. I mean, in Bolt, in that song, and I would ask anybody that has an iTunes account or whatever, listen to the song if you haven't heard it before. It's the song that ends.
He's played it for us many times.
Maybe, but it's the song that runs at the end of the movie.
Well, it just seems that my voice is like, for instance, You're the One That I Want in Greece.
Yeah.
And Bolt song, there's this high, range that I sing in that it's kind of different than most people. So it's kind of identifiable as my niche or something as a singer.
I love the way you sing. You're the one that, because you're the one that I want.
A lot of yodels in that song.
A lot of yodels. So with the career as long as yours, getting back to the Fanatic,
it's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending up. You don't seem to draw that kind of.
I don't, because I think because I embrace my fans.
Yeah.
And I actually communicate with them. There is not that urge to. I'm not a mystery as much, and I'm not a can't have.
Right.
And as soon as you become a can't have, it starts a frenzy.
Do you so some people are calling it a horror suspense. Do you like things of the things that make you uncomfortable?
I like the ones I've done. I love Carrie. When I was a kid, I did that movie. And
was that your first major film?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with Brian De Palma, and then we got together again for Blowout, and I certainly love that.
Which is so we work obviously with audio. It took the classic film Blow Up and made it audio.
Yes, exactly.
And so I remember thinking, and then I thought with the editing and all that stuff, it actually was one of the things like I think I want to do this. But Brian De Palma is a brilliant director. Did you see the documentary on him recently?
I haven't.
He goes on about you in
Really?
it, and just nothing but accolades and working with you. But it's a really cool insight to the movie.
When did this come out? I'd love to see it.
I watched it on iTunes.
Netflix or
Yeah,
iTunes?
It's probably all over the place.
I'm gonna have to see that one because I love documentaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they're my favorite entertainment.
There's actually CNN is doing a good series on movies now, a documentary series, and you are figuring prominently in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
2 things to watch.
John, I wanted to ask in The Fanatic, your character Moose mentions a couple of times somebody you've worked with before, and that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
And
she's got 2 pools.
I got a kick out of hearing that because I'm sure you guys are friends or have been over the years, and maybe it's been a while. But has word gotten back to her that, or have you heard from her that she's mentioned in that?
Not yet, but soon. Soon, I invited her to the premiere, so maybe she'll learn that.
Yeah. I thought, was that Fred's idea to include that, or did he write that in?
He wrote that. All the dialogue is. I improvise quite a bit, but all the primary dialogue is Fred's.
Okay.
Because it seems. But I was reading that he was working with you, sort of. Asking questions to Moose to incite responses, so that you started to think.
That's
in that
the actor, and Fred he's a really terrific actor as well as a director. But he's the only director I've worked with that actually could do this. But he would legitimately improvise with me as Moose, and it got me in the frame of mind. And then I would go to each department. I go to the lighting department, the wardrobe, the makeup here, and I'd be in character, and I'd have them ask me questions. And it was like a juggernaut. And as soon as Fred sensed that I had arrived at the Moose zone,
the Moose zone,
boom, we would do action.
That's cool.
And it was a very, very great way to. There's nothing better for an actor to prep than for someone to ask them questions about them.
In the character.
In the character. So to think in the character.
Is that classically what we would refer to as method?
No, I'd say it's a method.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the classic method because it has more about reliving past incidents and things. I think this is.
And you never had a mullet.
And I never had a mullet. But I do think that assuming the beingness of a character quickly is where you want to be when you do a role, and it helps you to be that when you're asked questions before you go on.
Sure.
It's nice.
You didn't have a mullet, but you did have long hair in Pulp Fiction, and I get you in my phone fairly frequently. When I'm running late to the gym, my trainer will send me a text, and it's just you doing the looking around me give in Pulp Fiction. In that role, you played such an interesting character because you're lost a lot of the time, and you're in this haze, but you're also in this like euphoria. Where did that come from?
It's a very good question because he's a hitman, but he's also heroin chip. What they call a chippy, a weekend heroin addict. And I thought, well, I have no reality on that. I'm gonna have to find out. So I interviewed several heroin addicts and asked them about how they felt. And then finally one day I said, look, I'm never gonna do it. So you have to help me understand that feeling. And he said, okay, well, I really can't. But if you have to know the beginning of the feeling, is get really drunk on tequila and lay in a body of warm water. And he said that little bit of feeling is the beginning of that.
Did you do that?
I did that. And of course, when I'm not a drinker either, but when I did it, everyone I knew wanted to join me in the experiment. Oh, that sounds cool. When are we doing that? Wow. Okay, we are doing my character study together tomorrow night.
Man, that sounds like fun. I want to do that.
It was fun, and then from there I grew, and then with the descriptions that they told me, and I was able to design it. But that's even Quentin didn't know all the time what I was doing because he just trusted me. He said, John, well, I don't why he's walking that slow, why he's talking this slow, I'll figure it out later. But
he let you go? He just let you go?
He just let me go.
Wow.
Because I think the great ones do that. Brian De Palma and Quentin and Robert Altman and Mike Nichols, all those guys I worked with all had that one thing in common. They hired you, you're 90% there. 10% is guiding you here and there.
Is that what happened? So it's Saturday Night Fever. John Badham was the director?
Yeah, he let me go because I said, Badham, you're from Texas. I'm from New York. I know this guy better.
Yeah.
So leave me alone. I'll help you with me, and then I won't interfere with how you direct
It's got to be the ultimate compliment as an actor for a director to say, you got it.
It is, and it's the smartest.
Yeah.
If the actor is trustworthy.
Right.
I think it's the only way to go. Because otherwise you get a mediocre performance as opposed to a kind of a higher end performance.
I want to ask you, you've worked with John Woo twice, right?
Oh, yes.
So you did Face Off and Broken Arrow. And for a guy who's so incredibly likable, you play a incredibly adroit prick in those movies. You are so evil.
I haven't figured that out yet. How is that possible?
But it seems to me you enjoyed it so much, especially with playing basically Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
With that, and you are so hilariously evil in that. Was that just a joy?
It was a joy.
Yeah.
And it was easier for me than it was for Nicholas.
Because you had to tamp down.
Well, Nicholas really had to find me somewhere, and he had a hard time finding me in the movies because I'm different in most movies. But Nicholas is very specific in his talk and his behavior, and so it was a little easier for me to grasp his side of it than it was for him to grasp my side.
So I wanted to ask you, let's get away from acting for a second. I wanted to ask you about your planes and your pilot's license. What ratings do you have, and how long did it take you to get them?
Okay, you ready for the long list?
Well, so I have a couple of friends that are pilots, and so I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Okay, I have 10,000 hours in the air.
Jeez.
It's quite a bit. I have, 12 jet ratings, 747, 707, Gulfstream, Citation, Lear, Hawker, Falcon jet, 3 different fighter jets.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
Wait, which fighter? Because Preston and I have both flown in fighter jets.
Yeah, I went
we
up
didn't
with
pilot it.
No, I got to fly mine alone. I went up with the Blue Angels. And,
did you?
Yeah.
How was that?
Immediate flight. It was amazing.
Did they make you sick?
I passed out and puked.
That's why I won't go with them, because I don't want to do that. I have too much pride to end up, doing that. But
Yeah, it was FA-18. You were in an F-16 because he was with the Air National Guard.
I wore a G suit, so I didn't pass out or get sick.
Well,
but I
that's
did pull 9
good
Gs.
for you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to tell them before. You have to say, you know what? I don't want to get sick. Please don't make me. Yeah. So that's my.
And how many years? How long did it take?
Oh God, I've been flying since I was 16.
Okay.
Really? It blows my mind when I see a shot of you sitting in the cockpit of a 707. I mean, because I know my litmus test has always been, if you've ever locked your keys in your car, you shouldn't be a pilot. So but to me that it requires such a skill set and an attention to detail. And you just legitimately, we know about like David Gilmour is a pilot, and there are a lot of people just love it. I'm thrilled with the notion, but I would never do it because I know my own limitations. But I mean, when you get behind when you're flying a 747, are you white knuckling it, or are you just in absolute ecstasy?
No, I find that the bigger the plane, the more almost simple it is.
Really?
Yeah, and less complex. Well, it's complex in its systems, but it's, there's a lot of booster systems and boosted systems, I should say, that make it like a power steering. It's kind of effortless.
Backups.
You don't really feel the size of the plane.
All right.
In the smaller jets, you actually feel it more.
Would there be enough room for me to lay down and cry? Because that's all I have.
Yes, you can lay down and cry.
Well, being famous, you have a lot of people have the privilege of having private jets and being flown all over the place. When you do get into one of your jets or something, are you flying it?
Yes, for the most part, unless I'm tired, and then you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Did you see there was a news story yesterday? Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s citation that went off the runway, caught on fire.
Really?
Everybody got out. Everybody was okay, but the plane was a total loss. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to look that up.
Yeah,
I think you always learn by these things.
Okay. Yeah, they're the FAA and the Safety Administration are looking at it. Speaking of aircraft, your 707 is is being donated.
Yes, I'm donating to Australia. I've had it 18 years and I loved it, but it's getting antiquated and it's time to give it away. So I'm donating it to an Australian museum.
Was this the one we heard? We were talking to Olivia Newton-John, and she said that she had never seen Grease, and you had her and her husband.
Yes.
Come on, his husband had never seen.
He had never seen
And
Grease.
you actually went on the plane and watched it.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I said, if you're going to marry Olivia Newton-John, you better see Grease.
Oh, that must have been so much fun.
It was, watching his reaction, because then he became the entertainment, watching him watch the screen, like I did with my dad with Mary Poppins when I was 10. I wanted him so badly to see it that I watched him the whole movie, watch the screen.
There was a screening of Grease last night at the Mann Music Center, which is this great venue in town, and they the Philadelphia Orchestra was there to perform the soundtrack, and they just do a phenomenal job of it.
WMMR.
We got a couple minutes before we hit the official concert cash keyword. I had said I'd used a word leading up to Kathy's traffic, I said behoove.
Yes.
Every now and then a word will just pop up in my head and I'll throw it out there. But sometimes I have a memory associated with it when it happens. Just for whatever.
So what for behoove?
Aldo Rain, Brad Pitt's character in Inglourious Bastards. He says behoove at one point, and I don't remember exactly where that is. I'm going to have to go back and watch the movie again to remember where it says, "Will behoove me."
Do you know what it triggers in me?
What?
An old SNL bit where it'll behoove you to check your uvula.
I remember that was Chevy Chase.
Yeah.
And Gilda Radner.
Right,
I remember that. I saw, since we have a minute to play with here, I saw an interesting interview with Quentin Tarantino the other day, and he brings up that character Aldo Rain and some of the things that he puts in his movies that he purposely has no context because part of the character never explained.
Right.
And he's like, I don't want to tell you what that is. You make up what that is.
That's great.
And therefore,
Yeah.
the movie is now original to you than to anyone else. And similar thing with the shining gold thing in
It's never explained.
Marcellus Wallace's case.
Never explained.
You decide what
Right.
that is. I'm like, that's freaking brilliant.
And what possibly could cause that kind of light when you open a case? It's actually
It's Marcellus Wallace's soul.
Well, that's what some people think.
Yeah.
You know, and that it escaped through the Band-Aid on the back of his head. Like, what was that Band-Aid on the back of his head? But Quentin put those things in there on purpose for you to make up your own mind and to write your own little part of the story.
I love it.
It's outstanding.
Yeah.
I love that.
Every time Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is on, I love his films, clearly, but that movie just sits in a space. I adore that film, and I hope he continues to make more because he gets better and better as he moves along.
Is there anything that comes to mind in that movie that's unexplained?
Well,
that you might have to fill in your own gaps to? I can't think of
There are
anything
things
off the
that
top of my
stand
head.
out to me that are kind of weird. And the one thing, if I'm just going to take it on a Rorschach level, is the scene where DiCaprio is getting ready to shoot his scene for the Western, the series, and he has a styrofoam cup. And he just throws it down, and then it's completely clean around him, and he just throws it down. And I think that's supposed to mean something.
Okay.
Though it could just simply be he's littering, but I think it's supposed to mean something.
It might then maybe he wants you to make that up in your mind,
right?
You know, to create a little backstory on why he did that.
And on that level, it worked.
Well.
It gives you more ownership of the movie. I got it. I think that's a great idea.
It's really unique. It's cool. All right, we've killed enough time. It's 10 o'clock. Here we go.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
Yeah, that word is sound. SOUND. And you're going to have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, and you can do it through the contest page at WMMR.com. You can do it on the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MM Barbecue Saturday, September 16th. And tickets are on sale now for that show. And winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. For MM Barbecue details, text the word finally to 39333, and we'll send you a link to the information. It is sponsored by Meineke. Again, the word is sound, SOUND, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. All right, should we do our announcement?
Yeah, whatever you want to do. I'll be ready for you.
Do it. You're doing it.
I'm hoping.
Do it. Let's do it after the B file.
All right, Casey says do it after the B
Just
file.
Do it.
Because it'll give us a little time for people to enter the keyword.
Just do it.
And then
We can't. We got to wait.
Really?
Yeah. Just do it.
Shia, I know you're excited.
He's very excited.
Hang on.
Well, it shows how effective your pre-sale is.
So this will give us a little bit of time for people to text the word concert keyword over, and then we'll come back with that announcement and your chance to win the ticket. So, okay, I'll do the bizarre file. All right, I can do that, right?
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by CSB Media Arts Center. Train for a career in broadcast media, web development, social media marketing, and filmmaking at CSB Media Arts Center, Cherry Hill. And you can go to csb.com. That's csb.com.
Back off, war child. Seriously.
Seriously.
Just do it.
All right, a man is recovering from injuries after he stopped several suspects from trying to steal the catalytic converter from his car while he was inside of it.
That's brazen.
Francisco Medrano said that he was having trouble sleeping, so he drove down the street to get some fast food early Saturday morning.
Francisco, that's fun to say.
He says that he came back and was eating in his driveway when he heard a car pull up behind him outside of his home. He said, I heard a grinding noise, and I look out and in the passenger mirror, and I just see two legs under my car. So I jumped.
It was an Oompa Loompa.
I jumped out. The legs belonged to a suspect he later learned was trying to steal the catalytic converter from under his Jeep Grand Cherokee. He says it's unfortunately not the first time that he'd been the victim of a catalytic converter theft. He said, I always wondered what would happen if I caught somebody in the act, and I guess it happened. Medrano has a camera on the side of the home, and it captured the incident. He got out of the car, encountered several suspects who became violent. He said, somebody stabbed me in the face with a Sawzall.
Oh, my God.
jeez.
I ended up pulling the saw out from the guy. Somebody in the back was hitting me with a pipe. Police
Bastards.
said they took Francisco's reports. What the hell was that?
The pit crew.
Oh. Okay, play that again, please. I thought it was a video game.
It still works.
Okay.
I threw in Xena for some extra effect.
They observed, they took him to the hospital Saturday morning, observed these injuries, and transported him. And Medrano said that he wasn't armed, but his two dogs were with him and tried to go after the suspects who fled the area. He said he noticed 4 people altogether. He said
they tried to get the muffler, but they were exhausted.
Yes.
He said he was
very tired.
surprised something like this happened while he was in his car, but says that he believes that the suspects were equally as surprised. So, a hyena, a warthog, and a porcupine walked into a den and decided to live together.
Aww.
Researchers discovered this novel phenomenon while monitoring animal dens at a wildlife preserve in Kenya. Camera traps were set up outside of 5 hyena dens, and it was soon observed that that 2 of the dens had 3 species dwelling in them. 7 hyenas, 3 warthogs, and 2 porcupines.
Wow.
I know what's coming.
I've only had a clip for that.
Resided in one of the hollows, while the other had 11 hyenas.
There you go.
6 gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
11 hyenas, 6 warthogs, and 2 porcupines as
6
residents.
gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
The animals live together for months at a time, sometimes coming and going from the same entrance just minutes apart from
6
each other.
gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit. I think we've broken records with the number of clips we played.
I think so. It's likely that separate chambers inside of the dens allowed the creatures to keep some distance from one another. It's like an apartment complex.
Absolutely. Sometimes you need some space.
Meaning there were more neighbors than roommates.
You stay on your side of the den.
Still, even with some separation, it's not clear why the African animals, both predators and prey,
6 gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
elected to live in such close proximity to each other. The theory is that it may be based on a healthy respect for the threats presented by their mutually formidable weaponry, namely their tusks, teeth, and spikes. Prey without similar defensive
TTS.
capabilities likely would not risk nearly being bedfellows with hyenas. Interestingly, the hyenas living with warthogs and porcupines did not appear to eat those species, while other hyenas at the study site did.
That's interesting.
Implying a peculiar type of prey selection. They also tended to be active at different times throughout the day, meaning that they weren't always in the hollow at the same time. So they were kind of passing each other in the hallway.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, Ralph.
Hard soil in the region.
Were they punching in?
During the dry season, likely also made digging the new dens difficult, which may have factored into the animal's decision to cohabitate. The trio of species appeared to bid adieu to one another when the rains came and the soil softened.
Bye. Goodbye.
An end to the alliance.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah. So,
Where did the rains come? In Africa?
they did,
Okay.
yes. I blessed the rains.
Okay, good.
Down in Africa. Not face the rains. Employees of a Maine restaurant got a surprise when they opened a large wooden crate that they thought was a shipment of mugs they had recently ordered.
What was in it?
Instead, they found a plastic tote that contained what law enforcement suspect is about 31 pounds of fentanyl, an estimated street value of $3 million.
Jesus.
The tote had a shipping label with the restaurant's address, but the name of someone who did not work there. And employees who opened it saw what they thought looked like drugs, so they contacted police. The crate from Arizona that arrived in the main town was taken to the department, and a chemical field examination confirmed it was fentanyl. About an hour later, the man whose name was on the shipment showed up looking for the crate, and he was arrested.
That was him.
Jeremy Mercier was charged
buddy?
with drug offenses and violating bail conditions. He is being held without bail, by the way. All right, and then one last story.
All right.
This is a pretty wild one. A woman trapped between two boulders on a 50-foot cliff was rescued after a hiker heard her yells for help, according to an Arizona fire department. The 20-year-old woman who told fire officials that she was free climbing by herself when her leg got twisted between two large boulders, was at Pinnacle Peak Park. The woman yelled for help as she tried to get herself out for more than an hour and a half, and finally another hiker heard her cries for help and called 911. Rescue crews from the Scottsdale and Phoenix fire departments found the woman with a leg wedged between two large boulders. The fire department said responders then freed the woman from the boulders, and before being taken to the hospital for non-life-threatening injuries, first responders treated her for dehydration.
What was the story? 127 hours? Was that it?
Yeah. And they said, don't do that by yourself.
Yes,
Do
good
not
idea.
Go do that by yourself. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file. All right. We can make the announcement now. This is for a show at the Wells Fargo Center. It will be Wednesday, November 29th. Tickets for this show will go on sale this Friday at 9 a.m. at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. We'll have all the details and pre-sale information at WMMR.com, and we are excited to announce that our friend Bert Kreischer is going to be kicking off with, is this music supposed to be for that? All right, is going to be kicking off with the Top Off World Tour. Tops Off, I'm sorry. There you go. Makes sense. He has his shirt off all the time. Tops Off World Tour. And so, like I said, complete details, including Thursday's pre-sale and another chance to win tickets, will be at WMMR.com. We'll take caller 25, and we'll give you tickets to the show.
Isn't that amazing? Look at the career path, man.
Yeah.
And well deserved.
215-263-WMMR. He is a hard-working man.
Absolutely.
And he's just a great person.
Yeah.
You know, we love him to death. So let's set you up. Caller number 25 with those tickets. And I'll reiterate, the show is going to be Wednesday, November 29th at the Wells Fargo Center. And tickets go on sale this Friday at 9 a.m. via wellsfargocenterphilly.com. How about that?
That's awesome.
What am I doing here, Case? I'm
You
sorry.
can give away a pair right now if you want.
I did. I said
you
caller
did.
25.
I wasn't paying attention.
That's all good, bud.
Cool.
All right, so we'll set you up with those right now, and you also have another chance to win tickets if you go to the website and get the information there. All right, with that, we will take another break. We'll come back. We're not done giving stuff away.
Oh, no.
Lesson question is coming up when we return, and those are tickets to Aerosmith. It is the farewell tour kicking off here in Philadelphia, by the way. So stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You know, it's really interesting to see how each generation embraces that film. Because I remember when I was little, you know, watching Yankee Doodle Dandy or, you know, watching Wizard of Oz, and they all held up, but they were only 20 years old at that time.
Yeah.
This movie's 40, and it's still like it was as though it were done last year.
Yeah, it's pretty timeless.
It's really timeless, which I'm proud of.
It's funny, though, because I think there was a certain group in time where I was very aware of silent films, and it wasn't like I was around, thank God.
Yes, but they showed them on
you would see
4 o'clock movie.
Right. And you had an appreciation for it. That's a little harder to get now. But I mean, so for right now, I think a lot of people to be turned on to the movies of the 70s, which you are a part of.
Sure.
The second golden era of Hollywood.
Yes.
You know, because these are great movies that sit there. And when kids or younger people discover them, the light goes on. It's like, oh.
Yes,
Because
and
this-
the more timeless they are, the more they discover them, not only in a new unit of time, but as though it were they were back then.
Yeah.
And it had the same impact, because Grease and Saturday Fever seemingly, even Urban Cowboy, have the same impact on the new generation that it had on people then.
Absolutely.
For some reason.
Still as profound as ever. Yeah.
It seems it. Do you know?
Yeah, as I did musical theater growing up, and Grease is the one play that has always eluded me, and I always wanted to play Danny Zuko, and now
I wanted to play Sandy.
Yeah, as a 44-year-old man, that's never gonna happen.
Oh, it's
At
never
that
too
point,
late.
you're Donald Zuko at that time.
I think you should do it. The Fox News group did today. They did a reenactment of
Yeah.
Grease. They filmed it per shot.
Oh, really?
Yes. You guys could do that.
We could do that.
We've got our Sandy. We've
Absolutely.
got all our T-Birds here.
Frenchie.
I'm the lesser known guy, Baldy. So
It doesn't matter. Just do the leather jacket. You're home.
I mean, we still to this day, if somebody says rockin' and rollin',
And whatnot.
of course,
It just finishes all the time.
Every single time.
Without
That's
fail.
hilarious.
Well, so just thank you for all of that stuff that you've given us
you're
over the
welcome.
years. It's a
stuff.
real pleasure actually looking at you in the flesh. It's you have beautiful eyes. Sean.
Really?
Man, it didn't get uncomfortable to the very end.
No, are you kidding? I'm an actor. I love compliments. Please, more.
You dressed really nice too. And what a watch on you in the pocket square.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I've decided that we're each other's scenery, and that at some point, maybe not for yourself, but for another person, you have to be presentable.
yeah.
So anyway,
You had a great quote on Good Morning America. You're making the round, so you were hitting those guys, and you said something I thought was a great outlook, and you said, life is art. Life is art, so appreciate it, enjoy it, and it's here for your entertainment. You
well,
know?
it is, because I think so many people don't view life as an art, but how you eat, who you spend time with, where you go, how you do it, how you dress is all part of an art if you choose to allow it to be an art. It's not just the quote unquote arts of music and dance and sports, and it's actually how we live, what we're doing right now. Well, of course, this is an art because you're on radio performing.
Yeah.
But it's how we interact is also part of the art of life.
I love that. I love that outlook. All right. Well, if you want to see John definitely in a role
big departure,
unlike he's ever been in, then you want to see The Fanatic. It's a great movie, and it's in theaters on August 30th. Wonderful to have you here, John. Thanks so much.
This was probably the most fun I've ever had at an interview situation. This has been awesome.
Thank you so much.
And loved your story, Nick, and I loved your story, Casey. Oh my God, two great stories.
I'm gonna hug you so bad right now.
Let's hear it. John Travolta, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John. Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent.
I object! There's no way that's legal! It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
That would be
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. in just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
With his law career,
law school,
With this,
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, would you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
it
we
through
were
the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're...
7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line?
Let me get back to you.
coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
one
it's the one way out where we
know what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chapter-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days.
Fighters ever long on 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks. We just made an announcement that Bert Kreischer is going to be playing the Wells Fargo Center.
Yeah.
The big room. And tickets go on sale this Friday at 9 a.m. Through Wells Fargo Center, Philly.com. There's a bunch of shows that are going on sale this Friday. So we're happy. Sure, we'll talk to Bert in the near future about all that good stuff down the road. But we have a few other things to take care of right now. One of them being today's lesson question. We're going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Aerosmith. Peace Out, the farewell tour, 50th anniversary of Aerosmith. And this will be Saturday, September 2nd at the Wells Fargo Center, and the Black Crowes are on that bill as well. That is a big one, too, right there.
That is a great bill.
Yep. So the question that we will pose to you this morning is, the documentary Our Father on Netflix is a lot like which other show, but with semen? 215-263-WMMR. You had to have heard it this morning. The documentary Our Father on Netflix is a lot like which other show, but with semen. 215-263-WMMR. If you happen to know the answer to that, you should call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Shock IT. Unfortunately, it's not a question of if your business will be hit by cyber attack. It's a question of when. Be prepared by protecting your business with ShockIT.com. That's ShockIT.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Crazy Town singer Shifty Shellshock was arrested for drunk driving early Monday morning. Shellshock was taken into custody and booked under his real name, Shiftins J. Shellshockelberg.
Oh, my God.
During a recent interview, Molly Ringwald claims to have turned down the role that eventually went to Julia Roberts in 1990's Pretty Woman. Ringwald claims the producers really wanted her and had been considering changing the title to Pretty in Pink, Doing the Stink.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Wow.
And finally, it would have worked, right? And finally, Jude Law revealing that he stayed in character as Captain Hook all throughout the filming of Peter Pan and Wendy. Many of the other actors on the set said it was amazing to watch Law make them hate him so much. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for an answer to this. The documentary Our Father on Netflix is a lot like which other show, but with semen. 215-263-WMMR. Let us go to Doug, see if we can get an answer. Hey, Doug, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Preston.
All right, Doug, so the documentary Our Father, it's on Netflix and is a lot like what other show, but with semen?
A Tiger King.
Tiger King. Hang on, buddy. You just got yourself tickets to see Aerosmith. It is the Peace Out Farewell Tour, 50th anniversary of Aerosmith, celebrating a lifetime of hits, Saturday, September 2nd. Wells Fargo Center with the Black Crowes, and tickets are on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via wellsfargocenterphilly.com. And you can text the word farewell to 39333, and we'll send you a link to the details, including pre-sale information and another chance to win tickets for MMR VIP. So do it.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
6 gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
All right, it's brought to you this morning by 80 Moyer Lumber, trusted expert since 1939. 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. And you can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. We'll leave with this, and we spent a little bit of time talking about it this morning, but singer-songwriter Gordon Lightfoot died on Monday night. He was 84 years old, according to CBC. No cause of death was announced, but Lightfoot had been in poor health. Untitled, as far as musically how it's constructed, is there's no real chorus to the song.
No, it is a story told to music. That's all it is.
And I
Yeah.
want to say it's only like 3 chords.
Yeah.
And they're repeated the same way over and over and over and over. Yet it's a really compelling, catchy song.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right. Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What just
second.
happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait a second. Come again, roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers to get to. Let's see here. Fall Out Boy is selling their upcoming album So Much for Stardust, and it's infused with their own tears. The iconic band has introduced Crynal.
Made of crying and vinyl.
A limited edition vinyl infused with their real, actual tears. The first of its kind drop launches with 50 double-sided LPs sealed with the band's tears, available now at crynal.com. They're $100 each, and it comes packaged in a gatefold box with a built-in, fully functional tissue dispenser.
We should do something like Poople.
Poople.
Okay.
Could we do Poople?
Yeah, and some sort of, this makes me think of Preston, the famous Kiss, including their blood in the ink for the comic book.
Yeah.
It was a big thing. I remember it was all over the news.
Yep.
So, yeah, I like little gimmicks, things like this.
So I had mentioned Aerosmith is coming to town. We had made the announcement yesterday, and they kick off their 40 dates of what they're deeming the Peace Out Tour, September 2nd at the Wells Fargo Center. They officially posted a statement, and it reads as is. They said, "It's not goodbye, it's peace out. Get ready and walk this way. You're going to get to the best show of our. You're going to get the best show of our lives." And they also wrote, while Joey Kramer remains a beloved founding member of Aerosmith, he has regrettably made the decision to sit out the currently scheduled touring dates to focus his full attention on his family and health. Joey's unmistakable and legendary presence behind the drum kit will be sorely missed. Yeah, they've had problems.
Big problems.
For a long time. He and Steve haven't got along. They have had issues for a long time.
Yep.
So, which is too bad, but hopefully he will join them for a show or two. You would think that would happen.
It just
And I hope
sucks.
that does happen.
Yeah, and when they wrap up, I mean, so Peter Gabriel was in the audience for the last Genesis show, and they all get along and they're great. One song could you
it would have been
got
nice.
him on stage, it would have been nice.
And then finally, Billy Corgan of Smashing Pumpkins has named the greatest heavy metal bands. He has a list that's in revolver.com, and I thought it was kind of interesting.
Isn't it wild that Billy Corgan, he's a massive wrestling fan.
Mm-hmm.
He's a massive sports fan. He's a massive heavy metal fan.
Yeah, and he was, what was interesting about him, I remember seeing videos of him when he was a kid, like 16 years old, playing Van Halen and stuff like that. And, he came on the spotlight as an alt-rock darling, which is nothing to do with heavy metal whatsoever.
I know,
but
yeah.
he is a fan. So, and he's pulled out some interesting names for his list. So number 10 is Sabotage. I don't even know who that is. Number 9, Metallica. Number 8, Merciful Faith. Number 7, Slayer. Number 6 is Dokken.
Wow.
I was very surprised to see that. Number 5, Black Sabbath. Number 4, Accept. Number 3 is Rainbow.
Rainbow.
Yeah, which is really cool.
Would you classify Rainbow as heavy metal?
No, I mean I'd put
Hard
them.
rock.
I'd put them in that kind of Black Sabbath
Yeah.
ish, but even a little more. I mean, because Ronnie James Dio was in Rainbow at one point.
True.
So there's some metal there. And then number 2 is Judas Priest.
Yeah.
Rock on.
Can see that.
Number 1 is Pantera.
Okay, so he's a Pantera fan.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Iron Maiden is not in this top 10, or even Motorhead. There's a couple missing,
Yeah.
but that's his personal fave, so you can have your personal faves. So, very interesting. So that was a cool little peek into the world of Billy Corrigan. That is the last item I have in music news. We have a final break to take. We're doing that now. We'll come back in a moment, and we'll say hello to Pierre Robert, get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and then move out the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3
Kids over at work, and others who said as working moms they were dedicated to family too. And so Courtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, "Who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way."
Damn,
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, "A travel diary coming soon."
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says @Poosh. Poosh. Yeah, @Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jig Jill.
Splooge. All right. So anyhow,
well, that's her fight song.
Well, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be
girl.
honest, though, following her on Instagram, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Well,
Yeah.
Never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job. Yeah.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the
Kathy,
first time.
the
guy
fists are flying.
punches the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess. Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she
can walk.
Yeah.
It's a miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, this is, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God. There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously this is there. I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother, like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh, my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just... some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget it was at like a kids park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight. She's backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park.
No arrests?
No arrests. They all knew each other.
Ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
after they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy goes on
everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
protocol.
Yeah, protocol. and
You
all that
don't
sort of
fire on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade all
That's
the time.
exactly what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm gonna make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else.
Hey,
oh
what
my
a good dad.
Oh, you were. Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying.
Don't cry. Don't even let them know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in
wasn't
front
it?
of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what. But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but Visco girls.
Visco girls.
Yeah. And that's spelled VSCO.
Yeah.
Visco, you've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday. And so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. Visco.
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed, of all places.
Okay.
I read an article about it. I saw Visco online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant, VSCO.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts, and now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Tuesday morning, we're coming to the end of our run for the day. And a nice day it's been. Weather's kind of blah. We started off with some sunnier skies, but yeah, we're going to have clouds for the rest of the day. High of about 55. Pretty much the same thing tomorrow. And then Thursday, 61, partly cloudy. Friday, partly cloudy, 63. And then Saturday, 67 degrees and partly cloudy. I think we can cope with that.
It's fine.
I would like to thank you, Casey. I would like to congratulate our Tattoos Day winner.
Oh!
Yeah. It's Mark Ludwig, who's from Pottstown. Mark, we are going to set you up a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And you can find Floating World at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. If you want to get some artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos.
Nice.
Yep. I would like to thank Big Jay Oakerson.
Hey!
Jay's awesome. We had a great conversation with him. He has a special on YouTube that is out right now. It's a new comedy special called Dog Belly. It's free. If you want to Venmo him some money, you can do that. If you want to request some money from him,
somebody did.
We found out that you can do that too. But it was great to talk to Jay for a little bit this morning. We also made an announcement that Bert Kreischer's coming to town.
Yeah, big.
He's playing the Wells Fargo Center, man.
Yeah,
that's huge.
Jinx,
Oh
my
my
God.
God.
Call me.
And it's going to be Wednesday, November 29th. And tickets are on sale this Friday at 9 a.m. via wellsfargocenterphilly.com. So I'm sure we'll talk to Bert sometime in the near future about all of that stuff. We need to do the letter of the day. I hear tell that, Casey, you are going to pass that along to us.
I can do it.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
I, as in I forgot to tell you something.
Okay, we are going to give away on... Really?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to give away... I want to hear what that is in a moment.
Yeah.
On Friday, dinner for 10 at Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse in Horsham. And you can book a reservation now for your high school or college graduation dinner. Enjoy 15 different cuts of meat and fish, a gourmet salad bar, and an award-winning wine list. And you can book a reservation now at Nebraska.com. What did you forget to tell me?
Okay, so don't look. Just look at me. So I heard something last week, and I was like, ooh, I might want to use this as our Tuesday end music. So I put something, I know you like your Tuesday end music, but I put something in the system that is going to be the music that we use for the end of the show on Tuesdays, if you approve. If you don't, I will put the other music in there now.
What do we normally play on Tuesdays?
That's that Monty Python. Oh,
yeah. That's the most recent one.
Yeah, that was the most recent one.
That's the newest one.
Yeah. But it's the one that I'm most willing to part with. But I'm only parting with it because it's music that you love.
Well,
Okay.
All right, I would
you find
never.
it quirky fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say you sit down and listen to it when you want to relax.
You know what it is?
No, the Monty Python song.
Yeah.
I would never, ever replace this music with something that I loved. I mean, I do like this.
All right, well, let's hear it.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So it is.
This
gonna
could be the
go-
new Tuesday music, ending music.
It's a little
Wait.
quiet.
It says next.
Output 2. Output 2. Oh. So this would be... I mean, I like this song. I love this.
Yeah, it just, when we were listening to it, I was like, man, this really does have the feel of the end of a 1980s movie where the girl finally takes her glasses off and you're like, wait a second.
She's attractive.
You've been pretty this whole time.
It sounds a little ethereal.
I agree.
Yeah.
For the now, if we could do if Zach could do whip up like he did for the Casey Month of Stunts video, an 80s style ending theme, that'd be great. I would like.
I appreciate this, but I'm going to say no.
All right.
Because I think the end of the show is a little more jovial than
Yeah.
that.
All right, go for it.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
and go be better people.
hang on a second here. There you go.
We're goofy. We're
Yeah.
moronic.
Yeah.
We don't deserve to be on the radio. This sounds right.
All right, well, I'm going to think, but we will find a place for that other
Yes.
one. Maybe a, I don't know, stream of consciousness or
yeah.
something like that. So, all right, it's, by the way, President Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan, and the President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill at the Jersey Shore. Please enjoy Coors Light responsibly, and they are sponsoring our Keenan's
Oh, yeah, they are.
podcast, Eggs with Peg. The official opening of the Jersey Shore. Tomorrow on our program, Fox Good Day, so we'll go do a little TV time. We're also going to have Mickey Morandini on the program. and Greg Harris, the president and CEO of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, because they are announcing the inductees tomorrow, from what I understand. We'll talk to them. We'll have a secret text word and, of course, MMR's concert cash and the last of the Guardians and the Galaxy movie passes for the screening tomorrow night, which, by the way, I'm going to give away 2 of them right now.
Do it!
Is that cool?
Just do it.
We'll take callers 15 and 16 at 215-263-WMMR. It is going to be at 7 p.m. The Regal Warrington, hosted by Casey Boy. So the Regal Warrington tomorrow night at 7:15. Callers, no, at 7 o'clock. Callers 15 and 16, you get the tickets.
Yeah.
That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.